Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, November the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Okay, guys. Yes, that's what I was going to ask. So you can hear me, see my screen. Wonderful. So just as I'm getting ready to talk about stuff, look at this APLM. So they did have some news, something to do with the first approval of their drug in China, I guess. APLM, when I looked, I thought, well, this must be a real crazy low float, but it is not. 65 million in the float. I mean, it's not high, but it's certainly not a crazy low float. So that's a massive move with that float, APLM. Okay, does it improve? I know at the beginning, but let me do one thing. Just give me a moment, and I'm going to do something within the program. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, how's that? How's that? Better? Hopefully it's better. Okay, thank you. Okay, so again, with this APLM, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, number one. So let's see if this holds. If it doesn't hold, I can't do anything about it. But yeah, I mean, what a move on that float, 65 million. Other things are happening. Macy's had an earnings play today, and actually probably surprised. I mean, look at this. So ahead of earnings, it's the best we're being placed the last couple of days. And anybody who bet that earnings were going to be good was definitely rewarded. So Macy's, I mean, this is it has pulled back from the high in the pre-market, 1435, and all the way back down to 1350. Looking left though, when you look left on the weekly chart, 1521 is the next high. So let's see if Macy's can reclaim 14 and move from there. The market was definitely down at the beginning of the day, but look at it in the pre-market, 45 minutes straight up. 45 minutes straight up. So the market is right now in slightly positive territory, which is probably helping. 30% is no longer available. Less 25 is though. I did say a few times it was going to expire Monday night, 11:59 p.m. Monday night, but 25% is still available. All right, CSCO is another earnings play. Hammered down on earnings, actually. Cisco hammered down on earnings. Look at this. What a gap down. Down 10%. That's a huge move with 4 billion in the float. Way broke down through that 200-day moving average like nothing. Keep an eye on this APLM. I mean, if it keeps holding this $2 level, this news kind of just hit. So as traders wake up and start looking at this, they might say, the $2 you can see on the daily chart, $2 is a big resistance area. If it can really take out $2, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get up to 4, but I mean, there is room. Children's Place, PLCE, another earnings play, a gapping down on earnings. PLCE, gapping down on earnings. Always amazed at how low the float is, 11.5 million for Children's Place, PLCE. Baba is another earnings play. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to sort on the earnings date column. You're going to see all the earnings plays, not as many on the way up as on the way down. So there's Macy's. There's Arco. Nice. I didn't really put that down on my list. I don't know too much about this one. Nice, NICE, getting closer to the 200-day moving average. Don't know anything about these guys. This is an Israeli stock. Look at the ones gapping down. So there's Baba. BABA. Of course, China itself is weak with these ongoing talks between your government and China, your government meaning the US government. So there's KWEB. KWEB is just basically weak all over. Checking some of the other China plays, LI and XBAB and NIO. But look at BABA. BABA is actually an earnings play. So it may have been down anyway, but probably not helping with the overall China market being down. Walmart, Walmart, WMT is gapping down also on earnings. WMT gapping down on earnings. So it's interesting because Target was a great earnings play yesterday in terms of a beat. And look at this gap up for Target yesterday. Usually Target and Walmart can be kind of similar, not even close. Williams Sonoma, WSM, not very much volume yet. This is another earnings play. NTES, these are all gapping down on earnings, guys. NTES, another one, gapping down on earnings, another China stock. MAXN, this is almost an all-time low. This is not yes, it is an earnings play. Sorry, I didn't think it was an earnings play, but it is. MAXN is an earnings play. Almost an all-time low. Looks like the all-time low is down here around 5, just underneath 5, 495-ish. Yeah, it's funny, Harry, because when I have this something I read in the pre-market that gets delivered to my email every day, and they talked about Walmart. I just look at these things very briefly, and it looked like it was going to be positive. I hadn't seen the chart or anything, so I assumed when I was going to look at Walmart that it was going to be positive, but not even close. Another earnings play is Palo Alto, PANW. The earnings play gapping down. PANW. So another one that is gapping down on earnings. Another, no, that was yesterday. Or this was yesterday. JD was yesterday. So these are some of the earnings plays this morning. There will be others, but these are the ones that are meeting my filter requirements in the pre-market. Okay, you got to keep an eye on this APLM. I mean, if this can really base here at 2, and as people start waking up and seeing this, and this is, again, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, let's take a look at some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning. This is from briefing.com. All right, let's take a look at some of these upgrades, see if there's any kind of a weird upgrade price. Weird meaning current price or the upgrade price compared to the current price. Let's take a look at CTLT. I think CTLT was an earnings play this week, I believe it was. Yeah, November 15th, yesterday. So CTLT. So Robert Bird has put a price target of 53 on CTLT. Their previous price target was 45. Had a good reaction to earnings yesterday. So there's an upgrade for CTLT. And again, when I talk about these upgrades and I mention an upgrade price, doesn't mean it's going to get there ever. But sometimes the day of, it can be a bit of a catalyst for a bit of a move. So there's the upgrade price to 53 for CTLT. Let's take a look at this. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. IBP, Installed Building Products. IBP. See what the current price is. Well, that's quite an upgrade, guys. Now, whether or not this is going to happen at all today or any sort of a move today, there's no volume yet, but Goldman has upgraded this one to $178. And they had a previous target of 146. They've upgraded it to 178. This stock is sitting at 139 right now. There's no volume at all, is what I'm talking about. Okay, so there are some of the upgrades. Well, there's the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. All right, listen, Tim, I'll give it to you right now, okay? File. Now, there are sound alerts on here, okay? I'm not going to take them off, okay? There are sound alerts on here, the gap up and down. You're going to hear her read out the symbols, okay? I'm not going to take it off. So there it is, okay? Okay, those are the upgrades. Let's take a look at the downgrades, see if there's anything interesting. Yeah, there are a few more downgrades than upgrades this morning. Take a look at AAP. What I'm looking at here, or what I want to see, is I have a downgrade price target. I want to see where the price is right now compared to the target. All right. Well, this has still got some room. So Bank of America has downgraded AAP to $43. They had a previous price target of 60. They've downgraded it to 43. AAP had earnings yesterday. Very choppy day. Look at that big topping tail, big bottoming tail. But AAP has been downgraded by Bank of America. Down 126 right now. Question in our YouTube room. What is considered good enough volume after the market opens to make a trade? Are you only looking at relative volume, e.g., 3 to 1? Or is absolute volume, for example, 1 million, also important? Okay, well, first of all, Vaja, now this is just me, okay? I don't trade in the, I don't trade, I let the market open, and then I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. So I'm not looking to make a trade right off the bat, number one, okay? Again, that is just me. I'm not trying to say that that's what everybody should do, but that's what I do. So consequently, yeah, relative volume is important. I mean, most of my scans probably have a minimum of at least 3 to 1. This one, though, the 10-day daily breakout is 8 to 1. I'm sorry, our relative volume of 8. That's why I don't get too many here. Um, I typically don't put like a million in terms of my minimum, just in case a stock, because is ramping up. So it might be at 100 when the market opens, and then two, three, four, 500, and it could be really ramping up before it hits that million. But again, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. So really, you're asking me a couple of things that probably don't really matter, because by the time after 15 minutes, most of the time the stock is probably that I'm going to see will have a relative volume at least of three, may not be a million shares, but it'll be ramping up to that million. But if I were going to trade them, I mean, if I were bound and determined I was going to trade in the first 15, I would probably have at least 200,000 as a minimum. And yeah, the thing is, the relative volume can get really skewed at the beginning, because you can have like a huge relative volume. Because remember what it's doing, it's looking, the relative volume looks at the time of day. So how much did a stock, so say at 9:31, a minute after the market opens, it looks at what did it do over the last 10 days on average. So all of a sudden, a stock that is exploding could have this in a massive relative volume right off the bat, and it'll dwindle during the rest of the day. So I don't know if that really answers your question. But again, so I don't hop in. The only time I'll take a trade in the first 15 minutes. I mean, it's not a hard and fast rule, but I would say 99%. Somebody's asking me in our YouTube room about this. Is if a stock, if something shows up on my 10-day daily breakdown and it's an all-time low, then I may take a look at it right off the bat. That's about the only time. If this APLM had been holding two, it's possible. And all of a sudden the first trade was 210, 215, and I had a feeling that it might keep going. I might have taken that one, but for the most part, I don't trade in the first 15. And after 15 minutes, you should have a pretty good idea about what stocks are moving, with relative volume and absolute volume. But again, that is only me. Okay. I mean, there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. And I don't even want to call it risk. I mean, oh, look at this market, by the way. So we had the nice 45 minutes, and now we're getting the 30 minutes, basically almost taking it all back. And I am perfectly willing to see a stock run in the first 15 minutes without me. Okay. I mean, do I like it? No, of course not. But I mean, in my experience, in my trading style, I've just seen too many times where I try to take a stock early, like right when when the market opens, and that's when stocks are generally the most volatile. They can pop up, down, up, down, up, down. And years ago, I used to try that, and then I just stopped. It was just too. I thought, you know what? It's just too hard for me to try to, figure out which stock is going to be the one that's going to run right off the bat. I don't know if I mentioned Wave D. That was actually right at the top of my list. So Wave D, WAVD, Wave Dancer. What would they do? So Wave D, this is a low float, 1.6 million. So they're doing set dance to do a reverse merger with Firefly Neuroscience. Okay, well, this is a weird one, guys. So this is not. So it's not a SPAC. Yeah, Macy's has had a nice little bounce, guys. I was wondering what if this would hold, but it did kind of hold on that 1356 level. Pre-market high for Macy's M is 1436, and again, it has some room. Macy's, for a big float, this one can. This has some interesting moves during the day. The day it has earnings, and today is its earnings day. Again, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1521. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now, guys. So market is doing its schizo act again, 45 minutes straight up, giant green candles, and now we're getting 30 minutes straight down, giant red candles. Well, let's take a look at the sectors. So from our toolbar, I'm going to click on New and then Docked Channel Bar, and then Show More, and then down to the sector status channel. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, 100%. What does that mean in red? 100%. That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay. So when you do a quick perusal in the market, now the SPY is actually in negative territory. So this is what we're seeing. So, even though retail, like it's interesting. Now, I guess Costco is weighing more on it, or sorry, Walmart, than, of course, Macy's. Retail 85% down. But again, what I really want to see is where are these now with respect to their 200-day moving averages. So let's take a look at XLE. XLE should be, yeah, so XLE yesterday. So that blue line on my daily chart, that is a 200-day moving average. So you can see it popped above it, but it did close below it. And now because energy is weak this morning, it's now again drifting down a little bit below that 200-day moving average. So there's one. Just keep in mind what I'm trying to do is see what sectors are above or below the 200-day moving average. XRT, they still definitely be below. It was not so much of a definite. So yesterday it actually popped above the 200-day moving average, and it held over. Now, as I say, retail is a little bit weak this morning, probably with because of Walmart. Still, as we speak, is a little bit above. Consumer staples, XLP. Yeah, so that's still quite a bit below the 200-day moving average. Healthcare, XLV. Definitely below the 200-day moving average. Industrials, XLI. Okay, took a while, but industrials finally broke again through that 200-day moving average after this. This is when the market was really swooning. SPY was down around 404. Everybody figured, okay, that's it for the market. And then we've just had this big reversal. So XLE is above the 200-day moving average. Financials, XLF. Another one again moving down when the SPY was moving down. Another big pop up. Again, financials strong, moving away from that 200-day moving average. Consumer discretionary, this will definitely be above the 200-day moving average. So you see the pattern here, guys. Most of the big sectors are above the 200-day moving average. Utilities will not be XLU. And well, okay, Peter, I'll answer your question in just a minute here. Materials, XLB. Getting closer. So it popped above the 200-day moving average yesterday, just closed down a little bit below it. So we'll see what happens today, what happens with this market today. Maybe materials will actually be above the 200-day. And I don't even have to look at communications and technology. They are way above the 200-day moving average. So the question is, what actionable info do you get from the 200-day moving average regarding today? Well, the 200-day moving average is just a guide, okay? I mean, I'm just first of all, when I'm doing all this, we're just looking, of course, at the major sectors to see where they are with respect to the 200-day. 200-day moving average is probably the most widely followed technical indicator there is out there. I'm not somebody who looks at technical indicators that much, but certainly I'm aware of that one and the VWAP. Okay, so it's just sort of a strength indicator, if you will. So in a very simplistic way, above the 200-day good, below the 200-day bad. So as far as actionable for today, I mean, we looked at XLE energy. XLE, 100% of the stocks are below the 200-day move. I'm sorry, not the 200. Excuse me, 200 XLE. 100% of the stocks are below yesterday's close, and you can see it's starting to give up that 200-day. Doesn't mean I'm going to pile into XLE. I don't trade the ETFs anyway. I only trade individual stocks. But what I'm getting from this right now, as we speak, is that energy is weak. That's about all I can get from it. It's definitely the weakest sector today to start. Now, that doesn't mean that when the market opens, that maybe energy has a rally. It's more information than actionable for me. I'm always going to be aware of where the 200-day moving average is for the individual stocks. Because if I'm going to go long or short anything, I always want to know where the 200-day moving average is. I don't want to have to fight it. And of course, the SPY itself is way above. I mean, again, I refer to this I guess it was actually 409. I guess it wasn't 404, but that was when the SPY was really falling. The 200-day moving average at that point was about 423. It broke down way below it, and then just look at the reversal. Look at the reversal. So it's more of a gauge. It's not that I do anything with the 200-day moving average other than know where it is. And for instance, if I wanted to JNPR Juniper guys Juniper is also wait a minute, is Juniper an earnings play? No, it isn't. Juniper is not an earnings play, JNPR. So for instance, you can just barely see it up here. There is the 200-day moving average for Juniper. What if Juniper was really ripping this morning and it was at 29.36, okay, right now. And then I look above and see that the 200-day moving average is at 29.61. I wouldn't be interested in going long then. Okay, I would want to see what happens if it gets close to the 200-day moving average. Does it get close to it? And maybe that is going to provide too much resistance to get through, and it hits it and then moves down. Or does it take it out? So it's an area of interest to me. That's about it. Why do I prefer stocks over ETFs? Well, individual stocks can have a lot more movement. The ones that are really moving than percentage moves than the ETFs generally. So that's just why I'm looking as an intraday trader. I'm looking for action, and the ETFs will not generally give me that sort of action. So too bad I did not have any shorts available for APLM. All right, guys, I don't know where William is, but he did not let me know that the market's going to open in less than a minute. So, guys, the market's opening in about 30 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And that is not to mean. I mean, there are plenty of people that just trade ETFs, and that's great. I mean, this is not a again, everything I say, this is, my trading style is not, I'm not ever trying to impose my trading style on anybody. The only thing I try to impose is have a stop. You get into a trade, you better know where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Speaking of which, there's Duolingo challenging the 200 level. Boy, this doesn't look good now for a duo. I mean, it had a tremendous run, of course. Big earnings play a few days ago. Popped up the all-time high right up here. There's Macy's, guys. Macy's taking out the pre-market high now. We're right at the pre-market high. Cisco continues to make new lows here, taking out the pre-market low. I believe the pre-market low was 46.85. So it's right at the pre-market low and trying to take it out. Now let's see what this market is going to do. This is the open 15-minute candle. FSLY, guys. FSLY is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It's not an all-time low, but boy, this is super weak. I'm going to put an alert down here at 1575. That was the low of the day. Let's see if it takes that out sometime, because underneath the next low is 14, so that's certainly far enough away if I'm going to short that one. VNet actually is an earnings play, guys. VNet, VNET. Again, I look left. What do I see? I see potential resistance. Look left on the weekly chart. You can see last week's high was 387. I mean, if it can rip through all that and get through 4, then I mean it's got a shot, to really make make a move today. There's Cisco continuing down, guys. Cisco continuing down on earnings. Now, Cisco, you see the next low looking left looks like it's around 45.70. So 45.70 on the weekly chart is the next low looking left. So that's about 50 cents away. BABA continues to make new lows, BABA. It's an earnings play also today. Plus, China itself is weak. Overall China stocks. Let's take a look at KWEB. So BABA being an earnings play may have been down anyway, but the China market is weak. STE had I think an upgrade today. STE had an upgrade, I believe. They've had previous upgrades to 20, but Bank of America, or not, I'm sorry, that was VIPS. That was VIPS. I'm confusing them. So Bank of America has raised their target from 13 to 17 for STNE. It's been a great earnings play, really. I mean, there was earnings on the 10th. That was the reaction, and it's been like a multiple day move off that. This was an AI alert back here on the day it had earnings. Give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. This cheap one, this was alive yesterday also. NEGG had a few big days actually coming into the 200-day moving average. There you go. So would I take this? No. So easy come, easy go. Look at Macy's now, guys. Look pretty strong, didn't it? Right on the outset, we had about an hour straight up in the pre-market. Market opens, it pops up to 1443, and then look at this drop. So, it looked pretty good. I mean, but that's why I hold off. Even though there was a lot of room looking left, I'm just holding off for the first 15. What's this one? Skyward or something? It is Skyward. I was guessing. SKWD. Um, it's not an earnings play. And again, this is what I was talking about, Majda. Look at this relative volume of 105. Now it's down to 101 for SKWD. You see some crazy relative volumes in the first, when the market opens, because this one does not trade that much, and all of a sudden, 291,000 shares represents a huge increase in volume. I mean, just look at the previous. Well, that's on the 15-minute chart, but look at the volume. It doesn't trade very much, but all of a sudden, but you can see how that drops. As we progress, it's never going to hold 99 or 96 because it's looking at what it normally does up to the time of day. So normally this one, or 9:37 Eastern time, normally this one does not trade that much, at the beginning of the day when you look on average over the last 10 days. But all of a sudden, it had a big pop here, and it's 93 times normal. You know what? Soon I read that, and yeah, thank you so much. I mean, you didn't have to do that, but I do appreciate it. I did see that. Thank you very much. All right, guys, let's take a look here. Now, there's Duo had a pop now. Duolingo, DUOL. Here's a Xeris Biopharma, XERS, after being hammered down the last few days, having a bit of a pop. Let's see if there's any sort of news. Wainwright, they didn't put a price target on it. Okay, so they cut their price target to 550 from 6, but it's only 175. Again, when we read these things that analysts put out, doesn't mean it's ever going to get to their target price, okay? But sometimes the day of, it can have a flurry, and that's because I don't think there's really any other news on this one other than that. Mm, look at EBIX. EBIX had that massive day yesterday. Now we're starting to showing its true colors. I mean, there was I don't think we could find any reason for the EBIX move yesterday other than, bottom fishing, and then all of a sudden the bottom fishing begets more bottom fishing, and it just started to move, 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 move. But just look at EBIX, what it's done over the last few weeks from 33 down to, well, before yesterday, 3. Okay, we have an AI alert, a short of Potential short of Children's Place, PLCE. What I'm talking about. So you're still part of the test drive. You should have this window up and running. That's all you need. If you how you trade it, if you trade it, will be up to you. You can see right there, 2282 was the entry, or that's where the alert happened, and 2306. So how you trade it and if you trade it will be up to you. Sono was an earnings play, guys. Sono, wow, Sono is an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. The reason being it wasn't up or down 3%. When I was looking at it anyway. But Sono is an earnings play, SONO. But boy, this looks like there's all these little areas where it could stall. When I look left on that weekly chart. Yeah, Curie, I see. Yeah, Cisco had a bit of a reversal. Okay, we're almost into that first 15 minutes. Keep an eye on this first 15-minute candle, guys. It's still green here, but pretty choppy, big topping tail, bottoming tail. So direction still kind of unknown right now. So that's sort of the day we had yesterday. It was a very choppy day yesterday. Boy, Bitcoin is so I see it's down today. Bitcoin, BITO. So well, I'm going to take a look at BITO. That's when I'm looking to see what Bitcoin might be doing. This is an ETF that I use. I know it's not directly related, but or absolute direct correlation, but good enough for me if I'm trying to track what Bitcoin is doing. Okay, guys. So Children's Place, what was that next low looking left? Did it get Children's Place is got some room still. 2132 has about a dollar to that low. Silver Play, EXK. All right, 15 minutes in. Okay, now I'll start to look a little more closely. So here's the market. So we had a green candle to start. We have a green candle forming the next 15-minute candle. Arco, wow, this is another earnings play, guys. Arco is an earnings play. This is wow, it's almost an all-time high. Arco looks like an 1147. This is interesting, guys. This is an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market really. Didn't maybe the volume was just too low. Yeah, that's ARCO. Mr. Tank, good morning. Boy, that APLM. What if there's any shorts now? No. This is classic. I used to call this the biofizzle. You know, you get these little guys and they have this big surge on news, and then the market opens, reality sets in. Okay, this ARCO guys, ARCO, it's pretty interesting. I mean, it's almost an all-time high. This high looking left again is 1147. It takes that out. Let me back this out. Let me bring up a monthly chart to see where the high really is. Well, I guess I have to go back a few years. You know what? Who cares? I mean, I'm back in 2016 now. Can't see a high, so technically it is not an all-time high, but it may as well be for ARCO. So again, technically it's not an all-time high, but I went back to 2016. Yeah, so keep an eye on this one. I'm going to stick an alert up at 11:55 and see if it takes it out. Not a ton of volume yet. The relative volume is great, 10, but not a ton of absolute volume yet. This obviously doesn't trade that much. That's why you got to be a little bit careful. Wow, what a move for Duolingo. I was actually thinking about shorting this one. Took out 200, got down to 198, but then it just big pop up here. So actually, this has been a pretty quiet open. I know there's a lot of stocks that are hitting. Well, not a lot of different stocks hitting this my momentum scan, but in a fairly quiet open right now in terms of the alerts that I'm getting. This had a downgrade. I think AAP had a downgrade. Goldman Sachs maintains neutral, lowers the price target to 73, so it's still well above the current price. That wasn't the downgrade I saw, though, I don't think. Watching AAP for a bounce here, guys. With the market, looking at the market, I think I'm going to. Well, there's the Sono, guys. Look at Sono now. SONO. Yeah, maybe it's not going to bounce. I'm going to get, I think I'm going to get the gentleman who looks after my homepage to add this one, the bouncers toppers, back to my, I used to have this in my homepage, all the scans that I'm sharing. This is where I'm seeing the AAP. Okay. But it is weakening though, so it may not bounce. And again, it had some, maybe 5086 or so holds it. And look at this market. It's not bouncing with the market though. That's the issue that I'm seeing. It is not bouncing with this market or moving with this market. So a meeting of the Scandinavians. Yes, I can share it. And I think they're just give me a moment. Sorry. So there may be a sound alert on it, okay? So there might be a sound alert on it. Let me see if I have it on this one. Yeah. So you might hear interesting, okay? You might hear interesting. Yeah, this was my mini fear about Sono is that, all these little areas over here on the weekly chart might block it. What I'm always looking for if I'm going to take a trade, I like to see a nice big what I call void or gap when I look left, either on the daily chart or the weekly chart. So if I'm going to take this, so imagine if all of this, so here's the current price at 1278. Imagine if all of this were below that current price, and the next high I'm seeing it would be 17. I'd be all over it. Okay, all over this one. But when I look left, I just see little areas where it keeps stalling. Doesn't mean it's going to stall here, and it could rip right through all that. But it's just that's my trading plan or style is just to not take trades like that. And I don't like to say I'm wrong if it doesn't stall. It's just that's just my style. It could easily just pop all the way through all this, of course, but wow, look at this market now, guys. Look at this market. Wow. Big, big, giant green candle. So you would think bounce plays right now. Take a look at lithium here. I know it's not lithium, but modern earnings play, Livent, LTHM. So if this is going to bounce, I mean, the next low looking left is 1349. So it's getting close to that. And but the concerning thing, of course, is that when you see the market doing this, putting a giant green candle, and this is putting in a pretty significant red candle, it's certainly not moving with the market. It's a great move for the market, guys. A great move for this market. Okay, VNet is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. This is an earnings play, but I just look left. First of all, the whole number could stall it, but I look left, and to me, there's just if it were more of a straight shot down to 266 or so before I saw the next low, I might be more inclined to take a short on it, but I just won't do it. I mean, it may still break right through all this, but this is almost an all-time low, VNet. I'm just pretty highly selective though. I don't, unless it meets all my requirements, I won't take the trade. Now this one is interesting. This SQM. This is out of Chile. 44.77 is the next low looking left. This is an earnings play. Okay, well, there's children's play. So this has been a nice one from the AI so far. Our AI. 21.27 is the next low looking left. 21.34 to be exact. Sorry, 21.34 is the next low looking left. So this is definitely moving counter to the market. It's an earnings play, Children's Place, PLCE. And this is what I'm talking about. So we had the alert, 2282. Look what happened. Look what happened right after that alert, 2282. Okay. It actually popped up to, let's say it got up to, well, definitely got about back over 23. Probably got up to about 23.31 or so. So that's why I'm always saying there's no rush to get into any trade. Okay. I would always take a look. I don't care if it's from our AI or any of the scans that I've got. Click on the alert, check to see what's happening, and then if it makes sense to you, you can take the trade. Don't fight the trend, Jamie. Absolutely. CASA, AMD. I know you're all over AMD as a long play for a few days. So let's take a look at AMD. Well, moving directly with the market, of course. Look at this market. Three green bars, three green bars. Okay, AAP guys, now it's back. I wonder if it's too late. Again, if you're going to play bounce plays, I mean, obviously, when the market is ripping like this, bounce plays will probably work a lot better. Market doesn't have to be ripping, but what you don't want to see when you're trying to take a bounce play, especially something that's maybe a little more in tune to what the overall market's doing. You don't want to see the market, of course, with giant red candles moving down, and you're trying to play a bounce. It doesn't have to be moving higher. Even if it rested, or it's had some, subtle red candles down, but you don't want to see giant red candles and then you're trying to play a bounce play. Shoot, there's the AAP. Okay, guys, let's see if T-Doc has any sort of a bounce in it. I mean, it won't be, if it does, I mean, I look at 17, 18 maybe as a block, but also look at the market starting to, T-Doc is not an earnings play, TDOC. And again, I'm going to keep an eye on my bouncers toppers a little more closely. I resurrected this a couple of days ago. So just so you know what you're seeing here, anything in blue, let's make sure. Okay. So anything in blue means these are potential bounces. There's two in here, two alert scans in here, potential toppers and potential bouncers. And so the way I've color coded it is that if it's a potential bounce, it'll be in blue. If it's a top, it'll be in orange. A top meaning a stock that has really been ripping higher, maybe due for a pullback. So far, nothing on that side anyway. And that's where I saw the AAP earlier, okay? 5130. But look what happened. So this is maybe a way to play these, okay? 5130 was the alert. Look what happened though. It actually got down to 5051 and then it popped back up. If it hits that alert price again, pay attention. And that's, so if you put an alert at 5130 and said, okay, maybe I'll take it now. Meanwhile, Children's Place. So Children's Place, guys, is really breaking down now again. Now the next low again is 2132. So it's getting close. If it takes that out, look at this weekly chart. PLCE. Keep an eye on the T-Doc. Okay, I mean, it's just hanging underneath 17. If the market starts to put another green bar, T-Doc could move with the market. That should be it, Jamie. Okay. And again, as I said before, I believe I don't know if that has a sound alert on it. If it does, it'll say interesting. Okay. So if you hear interesting, that's where that is coming from. In fact, I'm just going to put a note to myself. I will add that to my homepage with a list of other scans. I might get rid of one. I don't want to have it. I can add it. What the heck? Bounce plays to my homepage. So I'll make sure that should be in tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Anything in blue is a potential bounce. Anything in orange, that's the first one, ZIM. And you can see what it's looking for. I mean, I think one of the filters is has to have at least 5 5-minute candles up or 5 5-minute candles down. Let's just take a look at it. So on a bounce, these are the filters that are in place. So, I mean, this is my price range that I'm looking at, 1 in 100, 500,000 shares, but this is what gives it the potential bounce, okay? 5 candles down on the 5-minute chart, gotta be below the VWAP, and the RSI is no more than 22. So, in theory, these are stocks that have been beaten down. So, your alert will be at a new low of the day or a new 5-minute high, and this rarely I should get rid of this, but I mean, I guess a 2-minute hammer. So the idea, of course, is that you just don't pile into it just because you get an alert. You start watching it because just because you get an alert doesn't mean it's going to bounce. No, I can't keep it on the screen, but you can have it. You know, here it is. If you're a subscriber, here it is. It's not there yet. No, but there's the link, John. John, there's the link. I just put the link in right above you. Okay, it's right there. Let me just put that in here above link. Okay, guy. Wow, look at that MET-C. I was looking at it this morning. I have this thumbnailed, and I was thinking, wow, this is going to take out 20. And then look what happened right afterwards. Keep looking to see if they're going to do a financing. Who had shorts available for APLM? I'm sure anybody in this room. I think Matt, you've got center point. No, you're a prop trader. Boy, oh, what an awesome short. This is what used to happen all the time. I called it, I say I mentioned this earlier, the biofizzle. Look at this. I mean, almost it's probably going to go negative. Scan alerts with sound available. Yes, if you construct a scan and put a pre-market high as your trigger, okay. So if you use this as an alert, but if you have my top list, I mean, it would have been right at the top. So here's pre-market high, pre-market low. So you could create a scan with the pre-market highs. Well, I'm sure it would have been there. Can't believe it wouldn't have been there. But let me just say, well, it won't be there now, but I'm sure it was there. I mean, I saw it there. I mean, remember, it happened fairly late, fairly late. You know, that was at 8:30. Sorry, William. I'm sorry, William. I didn't want to say anything. Okay, I will repeat myself again. If you see the same stock showing up in this scan here, the 10-day daily breakout or the 10-day daily breakdown, and in the abnormal option activity, really pay attention. Okay, these are two different scans. Okay, so there's Children's Place right there. And actually, the alert was the same alert price. These are different scans though. But look at that, 2176 and 2176. And of course, it was also in our AI. So, William, I wanted to say something, but I know you're short or I know you're going long. So I just hate going against anybody in the room. And I know you're going to say, don't worry, don't worry. But honestly, what would you have done with that one, APLM? That popped. That was so rapid. Okay, I mean that was just a rapid move, and now look at this drop. So what would you have done with it? I was actually looking at it to see if it was going to hold two, and of course it didn't. I was going to go long if it held two, and it just didn't do it. if you had shorts, yeah, for APLM. My guess is that not a lot of people had shorts for APLM. And again, anybody with Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero, I'm kind of specializing in having shorts. So, Casa, you with Q Trade, did you have shorts available for APLM? Okay, so even because it's always surprising to me when you tell me that Questrade has shorts when IB doesn't. So remember, guys, when we looked at the pre-market, we looked at XLE and we saw that it was weak, and it is still weak. Look at this. Look at energy, guys. So that started off weak, and it's still very weak. So energy down, down, down. So I'm seeing some in the bouncers toppers. Sure, I'm seeing some energy plays, but you know what? So if you're gonna take a bounce for one of these energy plays, you better be watching what the overall sector is doing. Till you see a stop in moving down, I would not be. There's Oxy, there's Marathon. I don't know what any others here, but I would not be trying to go against the sector. And of course, it's going now against the market. So this has been a real choppy day so far, guys. We had from 8:15 until 8:45, straight up, 45 minutes up, 30 minutes down, 30 minutes up. Now we're getting 30 minutes down. So we're in a very choppy market. So if you just one moment. So, I mean, if you're going to try a bounce, I mean, right now is not the time. I don't mean just in energy, but I mean with the market doing what it's doing. Better to see, if we're not getting too many toppers here, what ZIM did from 784. Okay, William, hopefully your long now is working for you for the children's plays at 21. 21 was as you know, guys, I'm just paranoid about a whole number break, and it stalled right at 21, 2105. All right, how is Macy's doing now? Yeah, just floundering around. Sono, guys, Sono keeps moving here. I just wish all this wasn't around on that weekly. I mean, it may just break right through all of it, but and I know it's showing up on my 10-day daily breakout and also in the abnormal option, but I don't know. I'm just sort of look at this weekly chart. I see all these little areas where it could stall. I mean, I'm obviously it's it's not listening to me. It's just powering through all these areas. But Actually, if I look left on the weekly chart, the next high is around 1360, so there is still room. Okay, now this is interesting to me. FSLY, it showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown early, but then it popped right back up here, but now it's back down. And it's got a ton of room underneath. 1405. So FSLY, guys, is what I'm talking about. So we had an alert early at 1583, but look what it did. It actually popped up to 1637, and now it's right back down. This is not an earnings play, but it is weak. Okay, let's see if this one works. Why? You know what's having a move now, guys? That was a really strange one, in my opinion, yesterday, is this ACLX. So it did have a nice move in the pre-market. This is the one that had that big deal with Gilead. I remember hard G. Gilead. They bought 200 million, I think it was $200 million worth of stock, and I think it was 61 something. Plus they gave them 40 or it was either 40 or 80 million, I can't remember. And it's a deal that they've got going with Gilead. And yet the stock just sold off really. I mean, it closed up for the day, from the previous day's close, but it really sold off. Yeah, Sono may just prove me completely wrong here, guys, and just power our way through all of this. So of course we're seeing it in the momentum scan, and we're seeing it here, and the only one in the 10-day daily breakout. The alert was at 9:33 at 1281. What you're seeing here, this what DR stands for, and I'll go over this in my homepage. In fact, I might as well do it now. Um, don't repeat. So this tells me the first time, what was the first alert, what time, and what was the price. And this, of course, this is the repeating version of it. So this tells me, I can click on this, and I don't have to even see this. If I click on Sono right now, I'm going to get a blue arrow. It's going to tell me the candle, the chart I'm looking at, when was that alert? So this is a 15-minute chart. So that's telling me that is the candle the alert happened at on a 15. If I move to a 5-minute chart, there it is right there. If I move to a 2-minute chart, even, you'll see. So that just tells me where was the alert on the chart you're looking at. And you can just visually see what it did. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do now is go over my homepage, and you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. Well, again, Sono, now the next high. That red line you see here is actually the next high in the daily chart too. It just happens to coincide with the next high in the weekly chart for Sono, 1354. Okay, guys, I took myself out of my short of FSLY. A little loss on that. Well, manageable loss. When I say little loss, manageable. I'll take a look at it again. See if it moves back down again. Okay, so here is what you're going to see when you click on my home page. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here is a promo code you can use, Barry25. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. If you don't take out a yearly subscription to start, okay, you have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund. Make sure you want the program. You can always try us out for a month. And at any time you want to get a 25% off a yearly, I can give you 25%. So shoot, there's place again. Children, I'm not in it anymore. Okay, so you can try us out, 25% off that first month. Now, this is a promo that will probably, I can't remember what the email said, but certainly it's going to US Thanksgiving, past that, which is next week. Okay, so my guess is that so the Thanksgiving, that's Thursday, Friday, probably to the Monday, maybe to the Sunday after. Okay, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay, it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. I would forget about doc layout. Okay, that's sort of, I would call that a bit of an advanced feature. Most people, I don't think, doc. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for right here, free, of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. And the trade of the week is FUBO, FUBO. And the trigger was 260. I know yesterday it got all the way up here to 318. So education. So this is our user guide. We have a great user guide, but don't get overwhelmed by how much there is in this user guide. It's like any other software program, there's a lot to it, but you don't have to learn everything. I saw somebody had an email to it, like goes into our general email and said, "Man, your program looks too complicated. How can I learn all this stuff?" You don't have to learn everything. Again, my analogy is like if I threw an MS Word manual at you, and I said to you, "Well, you got to learn everything before you can use it." Nobody would use MS Word, right? Okay, nobody would use Word, but most people just care about how to print, how to save a document, how to type and how to print, how to save a document, maybe change a font. That's the average person out there. So same with us. You should obviously go through the getting started, know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is. If you want to take a look at stock racing, fine. And then the other thing I would look at is price alerts. Everything else, I mean, you can take a look, but you don't have to learn everything about trade ideas. Okay. So there's the user guide. There's the getting started series again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today's Thursday, so that should be Steve Gomez, and he is the originator of the trades of the week. And Fubo again was the trade of the week. Just a minute, guys. I messed up my tabs on my other monitor. So there we go. So there's the daily support. So again, Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room. I will confirm that. Okay, between 12 and 1 when I do take my break Eastern time. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over there and listen to Steve. Now, last, but I don't think least, if you're looking for my scan, so if you click on my homepage link, now before I do that, no, here's my own to say this every day. So this is a free room, and the way we keep it free is if at any point in time you decide you want to take out a subscription, just use my promo code. Okay. You can come into the room. This is the promo code that is current right now. So if you want to take out a subscription today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, to keep this room free, it's all you have to do. Just use my promo if you're going to take out a subscription. That will really help the room. Now, if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here they are. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act goes up and down. This shows me the gappers in the pre-market. And it sets maybe a bit of the tone for the day to see what stocks are moving up and down. And then once the market opens, see how those react. Halts resumes is over here. I haven't had a chance to look at any of the halts resumes today. This is the momentum scan up here. My Momo scan is right there. Abnormal option activity is here. Look at Children's Place now. Wow, I'm not in this anymore. And I do have, these are the other two scans that you don't see, but I am sharing. I'm not hiding them on purpose. I just don't want to overwhelm the main monitor that I'm sharing my scans on that you can see with, so many scans, it gets overwhelming for people. So, so I'm not trying to hide this, but here they are. They don't repeat. Daily breakdown and breakout. You don't have to take them all. This is a docked version where all the scans are in here, but you can pick and choose what you want. Some people don't want a short. That's fine. Some people don't care about seeing they don't repeat. That's fine. So it's up to you which if you want these at all. And then what I'm going to do is get the bouncers toppers. I'm going to get it added to this list. Should be available tomorrow in this list. But if you want it now, just let me know and I can put the link in. Okay, so if you save my homepage link, of course, you'll have access to all my scans and, of course, that education section. Yeah, Suni, I've never used it before. Okay, never used it before, so I really don't know. The problem with it is that the spread could change in a second, in a heartbeat, just because you have. I mean, we have a spread filter. I mean, so the question really is, how do you avoid getting into, stocks that might have some slippage or a big spread? So at the time of the alert, I mean, we do have a spread filter. I've never used that bid-ask ratio, so I'm probably the wrong person, but you can take a look at spread. And there's, so if you want to only see a stock with a fairly tight spread at the time of the alert, so you could put like 5 cents. It's in pennies, so you put 5 here max. The problem is that the next half second it could widen to 10 cents or 15 or 20 cents. It's just that at the time of the alert, the spread might have been very tight, but there's no guarantee that it's going to be, tight going forward. That's why I don't really use it. I don't use it though, soon. I don't use it. The reason I don't use it is just sort of what I said. I mean, I'm listen, what I do is, I click on an alert. I immediately I do a quick glance here to see what the float is and all that, and then I'm looking at my time and sales in Interactive Brokers, and I can see the spread. I mean, I see it right there, 160, 167, 169, and I watch to see how it's trading to see is that spread pretty tight, where all of a sudden am I going to see 162 then 180? Okay, which would be crazy, of course. So I just kind of watch this for a bit to see how tight the spread is, and if I think it's tight enough, it's not going crazy, then I take the trade, if I wanna take the trade. That's why I don't use that filter at all. So I can't, I really can't. So when you say, "What do I use?" I don't use it, so Jamie, yeah, that's a monthly, so if you don't like it after within a month, just tell them to cancel it. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room talking about the add-on for the anchored VWAP, which is $49 a month. I don't use it at all, so it's more designed, I think, for swing traders, which is fine. Just because I don't use something doesn't mean it's not good. It just doesn't fit into my style of trading. That's all. And when you say can you mean you're not talking about me specifically, Jamie. You're asking in general. Can you cancel the add-on? Sure. I mean, just let them know. Do it with within the 30 days. I mean, you can use that, Lois. You can use the spread filter if you want soon, but I mean, again, it what would make it better is if it could take a look back over the last hour or something and show you that the average over the last hour was say 5 cents or 2 cents or 10 cents, whatever the number is. But that's so consequently, that's why it just doesn't make sense for me to use it. Look at METC now. Wow. Okay, guys, I'm watching the FSLY again. Okay, with the market weakening, I'm looking at it again. I may do a reshort. I took a loss on it the first time. Meanwhile, look at METC, guys. Look at METC. Keep looking to see if they're going to do a financing. And if you're unfamiliar with this one, the reason they had the big pop is that whoever's the CEO bought this. It's a coal mine, I think, for $2 million about 12 years ago, and floundered around for all that time. And then they came up with a report saying that there could be up to 38 billion. That's a billion with a B. Dollars worth of rare earth metals or minerals in this coal mine. And so that's what caused this big pop and excitement. Well, none of mine would, because I use that hack to not see ETFs. Okay. So the question from PJ was, did cold show up in any one of my scans? It would not have, because just to give you an example. Come on. So you see, I use this earnings per share. This is a hack. If you do not want to see ETFs, you just want to see stocks. Okay, then you can use this as I call it a hack. And so you use the earnings per share filter, put like 0.001 in the min, minus 0.001 in the max. Stocks, of course, have to have earnings, be they good or bad. ETFs do not. So that will, if you use this filter, that'll prevent ETFs from showing up in any of your scans. So that's why. Well, just look at XLE. XLE was the worst, definitely was the worst sector when we looked in the pre-market, and it's continuing to be that way. I mean, it's paused a bit here. Yeah. So what happens on a financing? Well, typically what happens on a financing, the question is, what happens on a financing if a company does a financing? I'm not saying this company is going to do one, but you'll see this a lot though. When you see usually all these companies are desperate for money, little mining companies or bios, they're desperate for money. So when you see a stock that's been, sitting around this area and then all of a sudden has this huge pop, they'll, some of them, not all of them, they'll attempt to do a financing to raise money at these higher share prices, as opposed to, doing it down here at 10, when it pops up to 20. So what happens is they issue shares. And so what that means to you as an existing shareholder is that there's more shares than outstanding, which basically dilutes your position. Typically on a financing, they do the financing at a discount to whatever the current price is. And a lot of times, even let's just say they did a financing at 1650. I'll make it up, okay? They do a financing at 1650 and they announce that. Many times you'll see it drift down quite a bit below the financing price, maybe 16, maybe 1550 or something, because existing shareholders are getting their positions diluted. That doesn't happen all the time. We've seen times where a company does a financing and it actually raises above the financing price, because maybe shareholders are kind of cheering, like I'm cheering right now, FSLY. Um, that, okay, they're raising money for all the good reasons, want to develop this bio, this, or want to develop the mine, something like that. But most of the time, when a company does a financing, it's injurious to the stock price. Most of the time. All right, guys. Well, second time. Second time was a charm for the FSLY for me. Okay, I've covered some now, guys. I've covered some. I mean, it still has room, but I've covered some. So basically, recoup my losses. I made just a little bit on the first time I tried to short this. Now look at this. I'm not short this one. I, okay, so Brian in our YouTuber, I want to load my like symbols, like Microsoft, Tesla, etc. How do I load those into? Okay, so all you have to do is if you type in Microsoft into a chart, okay, MSFT. So Brian, first of all, can you hear me? And And can you see what I'm doing? Just waiting for Brian to answer. Uh, just before I keep going, Brian, I just want to make sure you can hear me and see what I'm doing. And I'm talking. Okay, good. Okay, so if you want to add Microsoft to your like, just type it in. Okay, the minute you type it in, then just click on the heart. Okay, so then it'll be added. Do the same for Tesla, Amazon, etc. Just load them into a chart and just click on the heart, and then it'll be added into your My Liked. So that's number one. And then, so does that answer your question, or then do you want to know? Well, okay, fine, they're added into my like, but how am I going to monitor them? You also want to. I shouldn't ask two questions at the same time. So, do you want to be able to monitor them once they're in your liked symbol list? Okay. There's a little delay in YouTube. That's why I think when I talk, I don't get an answer. Well, I don't expect an immediate answer, but there is a bit of a delay. So this is for everybody. Okay, you want to? We have something called My Liked. So if you click on a heart, this will go into. This is an example of a watch list that I've got. Okay, so if you go symbol list, okay. Now I believe that the first Pepe probably knows. This is a when you click on a heart, it automatically goes into a symbol list that we have created for you. You don't have to create the symbol list. It goes into a symbol list called My Liked. Okay, so you're liking it. Now, what I think now, if it doesn't show up, it has to show up in this column. Okay, so when you click on symbol list, it has to be showing up in this column here. If it doesn't, then you just click on the add existing list, and you should see it right at the top. And then you just click on it, left click on it, and it'll move over here. I'm not sure if it automatically moves over here the first time you use it, like when you click on a heart. So that's all you have to do. Then go to the add. If you don't see it in this list, then just click on it. You'll see it. Add existing list. It's not here anymore because it's over here, but it should be right at the top. And just click on it, left click on it, and it'll move over. Okay, to this column. Has to be over in this column. And then the next step. Well, first of all, you have to create a you create a top list window, like this is a top list window or an alert window on how you want to monitor it. Okay. Like I can't tell you how you're going to want to know because once you have these symbols in your My Liked, okay, what do you want to know about them? You want every time they make a new high or new low, just want to see them. So you have to then create a top list window or an alert window. And once you do that, I'm going to click on my top list window again. Right click, configure, symbol lists. And then this is a drop down menu, only the following list. This is a drop down menu. The default is all symbols. Okay, that's why most people don't even don't change anything. You want to see all the symbols, but only the following list is what you want to click on. Only the following lists, and then you click on My Liked. So that means that once you've done that, that means that My Liked symbol list is now attached to this top list window. So hopefully it makes sense. You can create you can create symbol lists of anything you want and then attach it to whatever, however you want to monitor it. A top list window, an alert window. Okay. If it went too fast, just let me know. So the first thing to do is to create your top list window or your alert window, How do you want to monitor those stocks? If you just want to see them, you have different columns. You want to see the stocks near the high of the day or highest relative volume. Remember all these columns, the ones that have moved the most, change from the close or the change from the open. I mean, how you're going to monitor, of course, will be up to you. And then to get rid of a stock out of there, there was another way, but I mean, typically this is what I'd be doing. If I have hearted a stock, why would I want to get rid of it? Well, I might click on it. I know it's in my hearted symbol. I know it's one of the ones because, for instance, everything in this list has been hearted by me. Okay, so at some point, I go through the list and I say, do I want it anymore? So let's just take a look. I haven't, I've been a little remiss, but let's take a look at. I think this one was from yesterday. Yeah, I'll keep it just in case it pops above this area at some point. Not today, but if I didn't want it anymore, if I said, you know what, I don't care about following this anymore, I just go to the heart and unheart it. Okay, and then it won't be an instant removal. You won't see it instantly removed. It might take about 30 seconds, but that's how you can get rid of stocks. Well, yeah, what a choppy day, guys. But boy, that got a persisted with the FSLY. I mean, the market obviously helped, but got to take advantage of. But why would I take this again? Why would I be interested? Because when I look left, look at the next low. That is a beautiful gap, void, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, Brian. So let me know if you have any difficulties. Okay, guys. Now, for those of you, first of all, for those of you new, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. And we do have two rooms going. That's why you hear me referring to what I call the main trading room and then YouTube. They're both, in essence, the same. The main trading room has more active traders in there talking amongst yourselves, themselves. YouTube it's a little, well, it's easier to get into. And if you don't care that much about interacting with other traders and just want to either listen to me or see my screen, then YouTube is not a bad way to do it. Otherwise, if you do want to come into the main room, you'll see there's a lot more activity. So this is an example of a scan. Okay. So again, I just briefly talk about trade ideas, what it is. And this is why the room is free. Okay. The room is free because, every now and then I have to go over about what trade ideas is all about. Obviously, we use the room for marketing. And the way we keep it free, again, is if you eventually take out a subscription, just use my promo code. So this is an example of an alert window. I call it Momo for momentum. So let's take a look at what it's looking for. I right click on it and click on configure. And then click on summary. This is telling me in English language what this scan is looking for. So there are a lot of screening programs out there that you can buy. Okay. But we are fabulous at real-time alerting. And so this is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas. Of course, we can screen. That's what a topless window is usually used for. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are have the highest relative volume today, and rank them. List them, things like that. In this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $100. Relative volume, current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day, and almost 11 o'clock Eastern. Boy, this is ABR. I'm missing the boat on ABR, I'm sure. 1256, 1229. Yeah. Oh, well. Volume is at least 100,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. Okay. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal. That gives it the momentum. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So for instance, uh, SGD at 10:53 made a new high of the day at 109. That's the last time anything triggered, because right now it's 10:58. So 5 minutes ago, that's the last time we had any alert, any stock that met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay. Now, if you like this scan the way it is, great. But of course, if you wanted to change something, maybe a different price range, make it 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 100. I'll click on summary. You can see now it's changed. Or maybe, up the minimum volume, or maybe if you get used to using Trade Ideas and you start looking at the different filters that we've got, maybe add a filter that you like, maybe take one out you don't like here. Up to you. This is what I like to see, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's what you want to see. I call this just a template. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. This time, instead of clicking on summary, I'll click on search. So these icons that you see here, these are all the real-time alert icons, led by right at the top two most popular by far. Show me the new highs of the day or new lows of the day. Okay. But we have a lot of different real-time alerts. Now, again, don't feel you have to learn them all. You don't have to learn them all. Okay. Here are our filters that we've got. You don't have to learn them all. I think people get a this is why I think people think our program could be complicated, because they look at this and go, "Well, I don't understand this. What the heck is a 25? What's a gap down reversal? What's a false gap down replacement?" You don't know, you don't have to learn them all. Okay. The only reason we have so many of them is that there are a lot of different trading styles out there, and we have thousands of customers. So, we had to create enough different alerts and real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. But I use a handful, and that's it. I don't know what all these mean. I don't care. Okay. I just what I would do is maybe I'd scroll through them, and if I have any trading experience whatsoever, I might say, they do have a 10-minute MACD cross, things like that. I'm reticent to look at this one, guys. But this is the AIRE. This is tomorrow. This was a flyer from yesterday and the day before. Just be careful. Okay, so again, I have to really emphasize this, because I do see the emails that come in, and I can't learn this program. This is way too hard for me. And there's two aspects at work here. If you're brand new to trading, okay, remember, Trade Ideas is not going to teach you how to trade. Trade Ideas is a program, and we named, well, I wasn't, but it's called Trade Ideas because it generates ideas for you to trade based on, the scans that you create, or you can take mine, massage them a bit, use them if you want, but doesn't mean just because you get an alert that you take the trade. Okay. You have to have some trading experience. And that's why if you go to my homepage, you'll see that Trading 101, and that is a series of videos that starts off as basic as you can. What is a stock? But there are about 38 videos. It's all free and you can run through them. You don't have to look at them all necessarily, but you can look at a lot of them. If you're new to trading, you can't just expect to, well, I'll take this program and then this program is going to teach me how to trade. Every time I see an alert, I'm going to take the trade. You won't last. Okay. And that leads me into the next segue. That's why we have a simulator where you can practice trading. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. Okay. You don't need a broker. It uses our real-time data, and I'll show you. I'll take a couple of trades to show you how you can do it. Shakar in our YouTube room does a scan for stocks turning like crisp from 40. Well, it's not going to look at news specifically. Okay, number one, you're saying after their FDA panel, but so I mean, in the pre-market, I know CRISPR was moving in the pre-market. So when you say does it scan, I mean you can design a scan to find anything. Okay. So there you're talking about at $40 or so. I guess that's when it had that news. So, you know, excuse me just a minute. So my guess is that you would have seen CRISPR in any sort of a momentum scan, okay? Because that obviously had tremendous momentum going from 39 up to 43, okay? You could have used a new high of the day, new low of the or a new high of the day, a new 5-minute high, a running up now. There's all sorts of ways in which you would have caught that. Is it telling you that it's going to keep doing this? No, of course not. But for sure, I mean, you can design a scan to show you almost anything. Again, if you're asking me, again, he's Shakar is saying, CVNA going from 8 to 30 to 54. There's no scan that's ever going to say, you know what? Everybody should be taking Carvana right now at $8 because it's going to go to 54. Okay. There's no scan in the world that is going to tell you that. All you can do is maybe capture the first move, when it starts moving using a momentum scan. And then afterwards, I mean, there's no guarantee anything is going to do this. This was a meme stock, and the memers got a hold of it. So if you're asking, could trade ideas predict that this stock was going to go to eight from 8 to 54? No. And if there's any and there's nothing out there that's going to do that. I don't care what they say. They might say it and they may they may go, you see, we alerted you guys at $8 and look what it did afterwards. Nobody is going to say that, this stock was going from 8 to 54 with any sort of even mild guarantee. And if they do, all they're doing is cherry picking. They're just saying, look what we did. We predicted, we got you in this stock at 8 and look what it did. Nobody knows that this was going to do this. But sure, you can get a scan that's going to show you, certainly the beginning of the move, and then it's up to you what sort of trader you are to figure out, well, okay, the next day your scan would have picked it up again the next day. This one I found very choppy to trade though. Look at these topping tails intraday. You would have had to have faith that it was going to, keep moving. Whoa, look at MD, Pediatrics Medical Group. MD is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, and this is not quite an all-time low. So I think didn't you ask that question a couple of last week, maybe Brian, about trading the Nas 100, or was it yesterday? Because they said that you have to create a symbol list then and put all those stocks in there. Okay, that's the number one thing. So did you do that? Because I don't think we have a symbol list that has the Nas 100. And then after that, then it's simply a matter of creating a top list window. So I guess I better ask the question: did you create a symbol list with the Nas 100? As I'll be right back. Oh, let's see now. How much damage did I do by not getting into the APR? See. So, Brian, did you create a symbol list that shows the NASDAQ 100? I think you'd have to go to, I guess, Google that or something and find those symbols. Is there really? I could have sworn I looked. Ah, there it is. You're right. Now, I don't know how up to date it is. I don't know who is responsible because I know, every now and then it's going to be some will come in, some will come out. But you're right. I don't know why I missed that because I remember Brian asking that question last week, I think. And so, yeah, so there's the NAS 100 right there. So, Brian, so you see what I did? So again, the same thing. Start off with your top list window. You start off with a top list window, and if you want to see the ones that are moving, like the biggest winners and the biggest losers, you might I go to change from the. Well, remember what a stock race does, though. It's going to show you which ones are moving now. If you just want to see the biggest losers or biggest winners, you don't have to have you don't have to run a race. A race should be is designed to show you what is moving now. What is moving now does not necessarily mean it's the biggest winner, though. Does that make sense? I mean, a stock could be, you could see some stocks that are up. Let's make some numbers up: 10%, like a 10% move, and that might be the stock that is up the most in the Nas 100. But there could be a stock that's only up 4% and is moving the most, though. So it's not and it maybe it catches up to the top, but it's moving the most when you start the race. Oh, nicely done, Shady. I see you had an earlier post on the AIRE. Well, this, I think now, isn't that at a daily high or 1480 something was, I think, the next high. Yeah, 1488. So what did it get to? Got up to 1544. So that 1488. If it can really clear that, then 1575. What did it get to? 1548. So if you can get above that high of the day again, then the next high is way over here at 25. Nobody's saying it's getting there, but I will put an alert at the high of the day and see if it happens later on. Okay, guys. Let's see. What is Metsi doing now? Uh-oh. Okay. We had a little problem yesterday for about 5 minutes or so. Hmm. Okay, maybe okay, hopefully not gonna happen what happened yesterday. Yeah, so this is a big slowdown now, guys. I hope this is what happened yesterday, but it was really, I mean, this was something that happened with our server. We weren't getting any alerts either. So I hope it's just me and not you guys. This is mentioned. Are crypto scans still on the job for TI? Same with futures. Futures, I have no idea about. Crypto has been, they've been talking about crypto for a long time. I think Alpaca, one of these ones that we're looking at, we've tried to add here in I think they've got futures or crypto. Let me ask the question. I mean, it comes up every now and then. Let me ask the question, okay, beyond the trades. Futures, I can't recall ever them talking about futures. Yeah, Brian, of course, with that AIRE, understand this was a crazy that whoops, AIRE. This was a crazy, crazy, crazy day when it came out as a this actually was up to $600, okay? That's one day. There was no so you're even you're light. This was at 575 and that was one day. But look, we're closed at the end of the week. That's why you got to be awfully, awfully, awfully careful. So I don't think anytime soon beyond. Okay. I mean, I just don't see this just not a and I don't know what the tie-up would be to get crypto. It's a matter, these are 20 running our servers 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, basically. So I don't know. I really don't know. I wouldn't I wouldn't count on our getting crypto and futures. I haven't heard them mention futures. I don't think I've ever heard them mention futures. Okay, guys, 11:19. So in about 40 minutes, I'll be taking my break. I'm out of everything now. That would have been a wonderful short. I'm just looking now at VNet. Oh, I'm sure we would wish for a lot of things, futures, crypto, everything, but it's been talked about for years. So only, and there's no until they make some kind of a general proclamation that crypto coming next week. I wouldn't hold my breath. Shot. Okay. So it's not Steve today. Be Andy. So Andy will be in our YouTube room at in about 40 minutes between 12 and 1. It will not be Steve. They've done a switch. Maybe it'll be Steve tomorrow. Well, you're talking about stocks that are crypto related stocks. Okay, I thought the gentleman was talking about scanning, bit all the different coins out there. Oh, sure. You can create a symbol list and put the Maras and the Riots and the coins and all the anything crypto related into a symbol list. Sure. But I thought he was talking about like scanning for, the different coins, etc. I think that's what he meant. All right, guys. So this shot, this is this the safety shot. They came out with news saying you take this shot and it'll cure your hangover. No question, it's had a nice move from 199 to 266 over the last few days. Okay, so market now. Okay, I guess we can say that it has a direction. Okay, and the direction now will be down. We've had a lot of chop. I was waiting to see what would happen here. We had a couple of little green candles here, which could have wiped this out, but nope. So now we're setting into another big red bar down. So if you're trying to play anything that's bouncing, you're probably not going to be too successful. I'm not saying there are no bounces, but probably now is not the time to look for bounce plays. And look at this, and my bouncers toppers. I mean, there's only been whoops. Arco. I had an alert for Arco for some reason. Let's take a look at Arco. Okay, this is the high over here. This was an this is an earnings play today. Okay. This is an earnings play. One of the very few. I don't know any other. I think there might be one other one, but out of Uruguay. Montevideo. Let's take a look at, I'm going to go to my toolbar and click on the docked channel bar. And now this is the change from the open. Okay. So these are the sectors now looking at the change from their opening trades. Now you can see that energy is still super weak. Remember, 100% of the stocks were down from yesterday's close. And look at this, 100% of them, the ones that make up XLE, are down from their opening trade of the day. So I've just thought, with like energy is not the place to be in today. Okay. And look at retail, 100%, almost 100% of them are down from their opening trade. So is there any strong sector from the open? Nope. I mean, you can say consumer staples about 50-50, but and that makes sense because look what the market's doing. Look what the market's doing. But this is super weak. Energy is super weak right now. I mean, sometimes you'll see, stocks that are when I show you all this 10 minutes before the market opens. Yeah, this could have been 100. This was 100%, but oil stocks or the energy stocks, these stocks could have rallied during the day. They could have still been down from yesterday's close, but from the open, they could have rallied a bit. And so you might have seen 80% in green, but not even close. So energy right now is super weak. And that's what I was saying earlier, when you're looking at some of these theoretical, wow, look at all these. I mean, Oxy and with HPE, yeah, Hewlett Packard. But if you saw any oil, Marathon was another one that showed up here. I would not be trying to play a bounce in oil stocks unless you have XLE up. You better have XLE as a thumbnail chart somewhere so you can keep an eye on what's happening to the sector. Oh, for these two? Okay, all you have to run in, just go to my homepage, okay? I'll put the link in and I'll show you where they are. Okay, so go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and when you do, you'll be at the top here. Just scroll down a bit. Here are my scans. So the two you're looking for, the momentum scan is Momo right there, and the abnormal option activity scan is here. Okay, so they're the two scans you're looking for. And I should just go over again. Oops. So as an intraday trader, I'm looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. The best filter that we've got for that, in my opinion, is our relative volume filter. So take a look at place, Children's Place. So look at this, 17 times normal, relative volume 17.39. What does that mean? That means that up to this time of day, which is around 11:30 Eastern time, this is trading. When you look at what the average volume has been over the last 10 days up to this time of day, 11:30, this is trading 17 times that. That makes sense. It's an earnings play. On an earnings play, stock is going to be active, typically anyway. So that's why we're seeing this big 17 times normal. But shouldn't say but in addition, so that's what I'm looking for. I want to see if I'm going to intraday trade, the stock has to be trading abnormally. I don't want to take a look at something that's not trading just trading normally. Why would I want to do that? I want to see things that are moving. So there's that filter right there. The other way I find stocks that are doing that is looking at their option activity. I don't trade options. But when you look at Children's Place, so far today, total puts and calls 6,421. That is 411% or a little over four times normal. So coupled with the fact that the volume is really abnormal and the option volume is abnormal, that helps me zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally, especially if I see the same stock in my daily breakout or breakdown and in the option scanner. If I see the same, if I can see, then there's not too many that's going to happen during the day, but that means these are the ones I really want to pay attention to. So there's the Sono, 1281 was the breakout, 1295 in the option activity scanner. From there it did pretty well. So again, I don't trade options, but it's just another way to help me zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally. I have other filters in place, but my minimum in here, and by the way, Brown, I've got two competing strategies, we'll call them, or scans, moving higher with unusually strong options, 150%, moving lower, unusually strong options, 150%. The 150% refers to 150% of normal or 1.5 times normal. So that's the minimum it has to be. Okay. So it has to be trading at least 500 contracts, and then it has to be at least 1.5 times normal. So you can see right there, TDW just sneaking in. I mean, the contracts, 1893 and at 155% of normal. And that, of course, as more and more contracts are sold today or bought and sold today, this will increase. So it just helps me zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally. Another way. Speaking of stocks that are trading a little abnormally right now, look at the ACLX. I'm not in it, but again, on that news yesterday. So look what it's doing right now. trading 2.5 times normal. It basically doesn't trade options. You can see only 20 contracts today, so it doesn't really trade options. I mean, it can, but it's not a lot of option activity. So again, this is I call this now trading and support room. Okay, so don't be afraid. You can ask, or not afraid, but don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. Don't think that you're interrupting me. If you if I'm in a trade that requires my 100% concentration, I'll certainly let you know. But otherwise, you can ask me questions all day long. So Guggenheim raises their target price for this one, ACLX, from up to 70 from 58. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. Wainwright raises it from 50 to 60. Needham, 51 to 60. Looking at some of these different analysts piling into this one. And again, this is the news that hit yesterday. Am I using the new IBKR charts? Now remember, I'm in Canada, so I don't know if they're available. You're talking about the trading, like their integration now with TradingView? I'm not sure they're available in Canada, unless somebody can tell me that. How long am I usually? I have no idea, Mon. I mean, it all depends on how it's trading, of course. I mean, I don't have. I really can't. I really don't know. I'm out every trade virtually, 100% of the time by the end of the day. But I don't go into a trade thinking, well, I'm only going to hold this for 5 minutes or 10 minutes or an hour or 2 seconds. It all depends on how it's trading. So newbie, the question is, if you well, only people in Canada with Interactive Brokers. Okay. So here's an IB chart. Now, first of all, I want to get it into. I don't use IB charts at all, but have to get it out of this. I know there's a way. I just have to pick candlesticks. But well, this certainly does look different from what because the last time I ever had an IB chart up was, of course, it had candlesticks. But is this more or less a trading view chart? Ah, yeah, it does look like I recognize. Interesting. How do we get to candlesticks? Upper bar menu? I'll look at it. So that's interesting. Now, obviously, it's just the very basic. Has to be very basic. I mean, it can't be the full blown trading view. Thank you. Second from the left. There you go. Candles. Oh, thank you. I know people. Some people like that other way of depicting, but I'm old school. Okay, cool. So this is a trading. This is basically a trading view chart. Now, can you? What can you do on it? Can I add like a linear regression lines on it? I guess I'd have to examine this a little more thoroughly. Well, the interesting, I'd like to be able to see if you can add some like linear regression analysis on it. I'm sure you must be able to. So there's my time frame. So let's go to I'll fiddle around with it. I do have a TradingView chart on my other monitor, a 5 minute with some linear regression on it. That's the only reason I really use it. Yeah, FX indicators, but remember now that this is a TradingView chart, basically. Okay, so or an IB interactive brokers chart. We don't scan for. We have nothing to do with FX. Well, that's interesting. Well, if I were able to draw linear regression lines, you'd see some you'd see an upper line that would probably be like a diagonally moving higher, a lower line, and then the theory being is if the stock is above the top, it could revert back down, and then you could short it. If it was below the lower, I'm not allowed to show my trading view chart. So if it were below, so imagine we had lines like not horizontal lines, but like lines moving up, lines moving down, and sort of bracketing the price. So if the price broke down below that lower line, it might, and then it came back up, it might be a good bounce play. If it broke above the upper line and then it broke down below it again, it might be a good short. Okay. It's just showing you a level. But there's all sorts of ways, different settings that you can use. I just can't show it to you. Ah, I see what you meant, K2. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Now I understand. They're very similar to standard deviation lines. Yes. Because I don't see how you draw the lines, not yet anyway. Maybe it's standard deviation lines, standard deviation, let me see. Anyway, I'll fiddle around with it. Interesting. Thanks for, bringing that up. So I again, let me just I mean, this is not what the regression lines would look like, but okay. So imagine these lines here were actually this line here was like sloping up. This one is sloping up, okay? And so I've just, these are just horizontal lines I've drawn, but the linear regression channel would look more like a sloping lines up and up. And so if the price broke above and you wait for it to come back down, and if it broke down below it again, you'd short it. I mean, this is, real simplistic. And if the price broke down below the bottom sloping line, you'd wait for it to come back up to it. And if it broke it, then you could go long. I mean, that's a really, really simplistic way of looking at it. Okay. So it was the curve. No, okay, let me do it again. Sorry, guys. I know we're digressing here, but hmm. Excuse me a moment, guys. I'm just playing around now with this. A new toy. So it's not the curve anyway. I mean, this is what I'm seeing here. So I don't see the I'll play around with it. I want to see if I can somehow draw those lines on this chart, and I wouldn't have to use TradingView at all. Okay, quick. This is what I'm looking for. Okay. I mean, it'd be nice if our charts would just draw them. I've asked for this, and they say yeah, it's possible, but it hasn't happened. So, all right, guys. What time is it now? 11:46. So Andy's going to be showing up pretty soon. You're not new here, Calvin. You can't fool me. So things have slowed down dramatically. I haven't had a new alert for quite a while now. So they actually do allow you to code in PineScript. Wow. Okay. Well, they announced that, I seems like a couple of years ago that, IB was gonna be using the, TradingView charts. Yeah, I do have TradingView. I do actually have TradingView K2, but I really don't use it that much other than to glance at the, linear regression lines, okay? So if I could just use the IB charts for that, that's what I would do, or the IB slash TradingView charts for that, that's what I would do. All right, guys, things have again slowed down significantly for me here. This MD is really, where is the all-time low? You know, we're very close, positioned in lifetime range. You can see like within the lifetime range, if I had a bar, is right at the very low. So let's take a look at the monthly chart to see where the lifetime low is. Looks like it's over here back in um, March of 2020. Looks like that's the lifetime low, 729-ish. And just as I said that, it just made another new low for the day. Not an earnings play. Had earnings on the second, so this was the reaction. And since then, it's continued to fall. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now, 11:50, I'm going to put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy if you'd like to. He'll be there in about 10 minutes. He's not there yet, so don't go yet, but he will be there in about 10 minutes. This is SGD. This has been firing for a while now. Wow. I sort of have a bias. I should have looked at this. I thought for some reason I thought this was some kind of a gold play. But boy, oh boy, we had an alert here at $2 not that long ago, 11:26, about half an hour ago, a little less than half an hour ago, at $2, and now it's at 250. And this started trading as SGD a couple of months ago. And this is, I don't know what it was before. You would look at this and go, well, wait a minute, how can the lifetime range be at 20% in red? It's because I don't know what it was before. They either changed their symbol. This company changed their symbol to this, started trading in SGD, but whatever it was before was trading a lot higher. Cassie will tell me. There we go. I knew you'd tell me. Or Calvin. Calvin telling me. All you guys, Casa and Cam and Calvin, all you CA guys. So this was a spin-off then from SGBX, okay? Well, let's take a look at HLP. HLP showed up on the scan. I don't see that it. Yeah, okay. I mean, wow, no kidding. I mean, this could be awesome. 865 is the next high looking left. I mean, you're right. When you say extended, you're talking about on the daily. We had the alert at 495, so it's basically still there. That's why I like to see this don't repeat, because sometimes if I miss something, I can just click on it and see, well, has it moved at all, and it hasn't. 11:09 was the alert. It really hasn't moved, but, man, oh, man, look at the room on the weekly chart. And what's the volume? It's a China stock. Hmm. Any news? Let's see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news. It just doing its thing. Maybe it had some news back here, but it's just doing its thing. It's China. So it is definitely bucking the trend because let's take a look at KWeb ETF for China and KWeb. Unless it's yeah, so KWeb, look at that, down 4%. Did have a little pop in there, when the market opened, but nope. Not sure about Cam. I know Casa. Casa's from Montreal, so not sure about Cam. Well, MD just inching its way down here, but I don't know. I think I'm a little too late to take it. Foot Locker. Was this an earnings play today? I didn't see it if it is. November 29th. Oh, NFL deal. I see. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'll hang around, of course, until Andy shows up, but on a break, back around 1 p.m. ET. And I put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Andy. Andy is way more of a swing trader than I am, though I don't know how much swing trading he's been doing over the last little while. I don't think very much. He's definitely a bottom fisher, though. He likes to find stocks that, I mean, he does other things, don't get me wrong, but he'll look at stocks that have been beaten up, cheap stocks that have been beaten up, that may be trying to turn around. So you can head over and listen to his comments and stuff like that. I always think it's a good idea to head over to YouTube when I do take my break. We have 5 days of the week, Monday to Friday. We have five different traders in there between 12 and 1. We all have different trading styles. AIRE, well, it's getting closer to that high. What did I say the next high was on the daily? I think it's getting, here we go. 1575 is the next high on the daily chart. The high of the day was 1548. If it can take through that, though, that's the magic. If it can get through this 1575, then the next high is 25. Nobody is saying it's getting there, but that's what traders will be looking at. sort of. Bollinger Bands, I mean, there's some math involved. I think it's more like standard deviation a little bit. Okay, guys, give me a moment here. I don't know enough about it, Calvin, to on Tuesday when Michael Noss is in our YouTube room, he'll know all about that. I just know the lines and above bad to short, below good to maybe go long. That's all. I mean, that's a real simple way of looking at it. Well, it reverts to the line, but then breaks down through it. Okay. I mean, I don't follow it religiously. I do have it on a trading view chart. On my other, I glance at it, so if I'm going to take a trade, if it's in the middle, like it's not really breaching either line on the top or below, it gives me, I guess, a little more confidence to take the trade. Michael is there he is. Not Michael, but Andy just showed up. So guys, I'm putting myself on mute, okay, in the main room. I'll see you guys in about an hour. And just for you, Raven, Michael is on Tuesdays at between 12 and 1. Okay. Tuesdays between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. So he'll have a lot more information about linear regression and standard deviation, etc. Okay, I'll put myself on mute. And now, Andy, how are
What's
you,
up?
my friend?
What's happening? What's happening,
Watching
Barry?
his AIRE right now.
Oh, I was watching that yesterday.
Well, watch it again.
Watch it again, huh? Let's see.
Watch it again.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a wild one.
It is it's extremely wild. I actually played it.
1575 is the next high in the daily chart. If it takes that out somehow, the next high is up at 25, and obviously insanely volatile. But
Sure, of course. Yeah, I was playing it in the sim yesterday. Yeah, I know. Look at that thing. Just
yeah, exactly. Wow, now look at it. Yeah, I mean, what did it pop up to? What, 1558, and now it's right back down to 1441. Not for the faint of heart.
No,
as they
no,
say.
not at all. Not at all.
So I built you up again as Mr. Bottom Fishing guy, Mr. Bottom Fisher, trying to find stocks that have been beaten up, cheap ones, and that maybe trying to come back, as well as trading other things too.
Of course. Oh yeah.
That's why I always tell people we have different, the 5 days of the week, we have 5 different traders that look at come into the YouTube room, all sorts of different styles of trading. So
Yep.
always a good idea to head over.
Absolutely. All right, Barry, take your break, buddy. You deserve it.
I will.
All right. Have a good one, buddy.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hi, everybody. What's going on? This is the support webinar. If you are looking for any type of support with the software or, maybe a configuration, whatever have you, this is the place to be. And my name is Andy. So I know most of you in here, but I'm sure there's some new people from the test drive. So fire away if you have any questions. Market is resilient. Let's see, Luca, what do you think of a short on WSM? For a day trade, I mean, the only thing I don't like it's trading off earnings, and it does have some decent relative volume. Maybe scroll out and see if there's any levels of resistance. And let's just pull this out like that so you guys can see. And yeah, I mean, I can see where, if you got this point over here, now you do have an area up here. If it gets through, could be painful. But for a day trade, yeah, I could see the logic behind that, especially since it is trying to break this 10 period, 10 period moving average on the 15-minute chart. Now, what I prefer is to see a close below that 10 period moving average. So in other words, if it breaks it and pops back up, uh, that's tough. You're still fighting against against the grain. But I can see for a possible short for, overextended, getting tired, if you will. It's not incredible volume. And if you do look at the daily, it's had a couple of real good days going into earnings. So somebody probably knew something, insiders, if you will. So yeah, I could definitely see some profit taking potentially. Now, if it did break this and I shorted it, I would probably use that as my out. In other words, if it popped back above uh, the 10 period moving average, or if you did a bar reversal, you can always use like a 15-minute bar reversals. Yeah. Yeah, you have to. Anytime you're going against the grain, it's got to be a very tight stop. Tight stop. Let me see. I got to pull up my portfolio contest as well because short of this HLP, but I don't think I'm going to get it. I had a really nice couple of good days the last 2 days now, but you guys know how I like to trade China. I did give a chunk back today because I was in some China stocks, and of course, Baba uh, came out and kind of destroyed that whole. Luckily, I got a little bounce and was able to limit my losses, but uh, I'm okay with that. No, no, now this is I'm Luca. This is just in the portfolio master challenge. This is not in my own account. I am just, you only this is a YOLO trade where you only live once. It's look at this thing has gone from a buck four to 504. A lot of times when you see a bar like this, okay, that can be a kind of what we call an exhaustion bar where boom, got above $5. But I don't know. Yeah, so I would not do this. Well, I can't say that. If I was a day trader, I would look for, maybe to drop below 5, but this is just in this I haven't been trading a whole lot in this challenge, and every now and then I see something that's kind of extended and I'll take a shot on a short. But remember, this is play money. So not sure I would do this with real money. Yeah, I'm hanging on to a few of my positions there. You can see them on the left side, but gave back. I didn't I didn't give this much back. That's for sure. I made a mistake in doing one of these trades for our competition. You got to make sure you get into the right field, or you do it in the other account. So that's what happened. So my give back today was nothing like what you see there in that thing. All right. Hi, Willie. I am a swing trader now. I used to be, for about 17 years, I was a day trader, hardcore, 200,000 shares a day, but gave that up as I got older because it kind of wears on you. Me and Barry about the same age. So I don't know how he still does it, but so yep, I went to swing trading. Not looking for a whole lot right now though. This market, and if I do, I'm looking. It's probably an earnings play or just a beautiful setup. All right, there you go. That's what you want to see. Let me do this. Let's see what we got. 40. See how much money I got in there. Yeah, short me a little more, just in case that thing's ready to peter out. No, this is my personal setup. This is what I use. I have a couple of when I'm not looking at my uh couple of races. I'll drop down my brokerage plus where I kind of mimic my trades that I'm in, and then I'll uh, you know I do like the races. I do like this extreme volume high low pro. This is a swing trade watcher that I do every day, and you actually have access to this on your if you go to new and load a dock channel bar, you're going to see something called the Trader's Eye in there, right there. And if you click on it, I'll input these every day about 15 to 30 minutes before the bell, and so you can see the trades that I have in there as well. And these are just kind of stocks that have a nice setup to them. Or in some cases, I'll put earnings in there. But I'm a setup kind of guy. I look for good setups, and then I bang them out for about 3 or 4 days, or if they continue to work for me. See, I've been in this. I mentioned this. Barry was talking about bottom fishing. I'm going to kind of show you the bottom fishing style that I do. Is like this DQ was setting up a really nice had earnings on this day right here. Even though it had a big topping tail, the next several days, it uh, was holding. It was not taking out the low of that earnings day and just kind of putting in a nice little pattern there. So I took a chance here. I think I added to some, but anyway, I still have a little bit this left because if I am bottom fishing, I'm not looking, I will scalp some for sure. You can see that I've scalped some in this thing, my closed PNL, but, I'll definitely try to hang on to a chunk if this is a long term, a generational bottom. This thing could get back up to 45, $50. Who knows? So I will hold on to some stuff, but I'm always scalping out. I like to look for a setup and then scalp out about 50% of it pretty quick. And then that way you have staying power in your last little chunk. You can let it work for you. Now this thing's gonna pop right back up there, isn't it? Yeah, geez. Oh well. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I got two now. SGD. Oh, where'd I get oh boy. It's gonna get halted again. Oh boy, I'm about to lose it all here on that trade. Oh well. It was the last day for me anyway. I had to give it a shot. Good Lord, what is going on with this thing? Opened up, halted again. Oh well, we'll see what happens. Tell you what, I'm gonna be shooting my wad on that anyway. I was a long way from the winner, so I gotta YOLO, take a chance here. I like the way this ended. You talk about something that's holding up nice. I've scalped out of most of it, but look at this thing. It's very, very strong. Trying to get through this level. Kind of wish I'd had more, kept more. Nice, nice, Mike C. Yeah, it's probably a good day not to do a whole lot. Boy, so I tell you, some of these stocks, good China stock got clobbered just on. I still got a chunk of this. This has been trading well too. I'm looking to add to this position, but I don't want to do it with it below its 10 period moving average. So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put an alert right above that 39 there. Goes off. May add to that. Had a great entry in this ENPH talking about bottom fishing. Uh, 77. Now I've scalped out of 90% of this, so I only have a small chunk left. And once again, I'll maybe looking to add if it gets. You can get some really, really good moves when you get good at bottom fishing. The key to bottom fishing is you just got to get out early. Yeah, yeah, I'm definitely doing some YOLOing right now. Perfect circle in those two trades. You know what? I'm not even gonna look at them because, like I said, I think my account coming into today, I think I was up like 46,000 or something like that. I think I was in seventh or eighth place. So I was a long ways from the winner. So I'm just going to leave those out there and see what happens. Let them work into the close of tomorrow. We can pull it up just to see how bad I'm getting beat up. Down 70,000 in that one. Yeah, no, there's prize money. There's like I think a $1,700 gift card, Amazon gift card. I'm gonna have to pull this over here just in case I need to make a trade. Yeah, I think the winners. Oh gosh, we could go look, but I don't want to do it. It shuts when you log into that. It closes down my platform here, and I'm just not in the mood. Let me check my China watcher here. There's some ugly EDUs holding up pretty well. Fighting back nasty. Where's that towel? Thing was still looking good. AI stocks getting giving some back today. UEC coming through. It's a nice little chart there, that's for sure. What are the other ones doing? They're all getting a little bit of lift. Let's go to competitors. CCJ is kind of the leader of that group. So yeah, uranium's getting a nice little pop there. ATGL. Yeah. Okay. Impressive. Nice volume. Not huge relative volume, but certainly coming in right now in the 1 minute time frame, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't look at a lot of these crazy stocks just because I mean I saw that ABVC, but boy, it failed there. Hold on just a minute here. I gotta check out something real quick. Bear with me, guys. Let's see. All right. Thoughts on Nvidia? Yeah, it looks good. Me personally, if I don't know if you're looking to day trade, it's setting up for a potential, monster move. I just think it may be early. It may still want to back up, and I would look for it to tag the 10 period moving average on the daily. It's just I found I typically find if a stock that's hit this much momentum, it feels like some selling pressure may come in over the next few days, see what happens. But what I would want to see is when it tags that 10 period moving average, because you could have an explosive move, if you get that set up. Beautiful cup and handle. Um, Let me pull up my Epic pen here. So yeah, this has the potential to really, be an explosive move, because you do have a nice little, even though it's kind of a weird cup, you can still, draw your little cup like this, and then hopefully, it catches that 10 period moving averages and breaks through that 500. Could be a huge move there. But for me, it's kind of early right now for a swing trade. I just feel like the risk is too much. I mean, there's nothing wrong if you do it and you just get out quick if you're wrong, but let's see if this bad boy's open back up again. Nope, still halted. But yeah, getting back into Nvidia. Now, what a lot of times what I'll do is a lot of the stocks that I was in, and I had coming into, what's today, Thursday. So coming into Tuesday morning, I had like 15 positions, and now I've gotten out of most of them, but Path was one of them. I scalped out of the rest yesterday, and I definitely would love for this thing to come back, and maybe come back and test this breakout, which was a huge level there. So what I'll start doing is I'll start putting in, price alerts, and hopefully that 10 period moving average will, so looking to get back in trades that I was in. Asan I was in, couple of good days. I thought I was gonna get more out of it. Sold the rest yesterday, but once again, looking for a pullback in that. And I was hoping to get one in Indy, but I don't think I'm going to. But I still have a little bit of position in there. Nvidia earnings coming up on the 20. Yes, they are. You can see that yellow color. So that may be it may set up going into that beautiful setup we just talked about, could happen, going into earnings. And then of course, what do you do? If you don't hold it and they blow out, you're going to be, looking at a big gap up above that all-time high. There's your ATGL going through the race there some more. And there's your topping tail, big volume bar. We'll see if that's an exhaustion bar there. A lot of times when I say that is, uh, and I mean a lot of times, that'll be the topping tail, and then it'll reverse after that. But we'll see. This is a good test to see if that's an exhaustion bar there. I'm not saying run out and short it. Tell you what I'll do though is I'll set an alert low of this bar, which corresponds with the $20 level. So let's just set alert there and see what happens. Great question, Raven. What do you view as the most critical columns to have in the single stock window? I tell you, because of a swing trader that, uh, let me get something with some data in it, man. I'm not getting anything in that one. But let's just pull up something I'm in real quick. Okay, for me as a swing trader, the things I like to see that are most important for me is cash and debt. Okay, so I like to see, the cash debt ratio. I tend to avoid stocks that have a huge amount of debt, uh, unless there's some sort of, oh gosh, there's certain sectors, I'm not going to go through them, where it's kind of okay. They kind of live off debt and pay a dividend and things like that. But I like to see earnings growth. Okay, and I like to see a positive earnings per share, and of course the price PE ratio is kind of important to me as well. Now, a lot of the things I gave you, actually they're all fundamental, and of course, uh, but I like to use a chart as far as all my technical stuff. I do like to see obviously relative volume. I like to see that it's doing some decent, relative volume. Uh, and a lot of these position and range I can see in the chart. I like my eye in the chart as far as technicals go. So I don't need a lot of technical stuff in obviously in my single stock window. Oh well, thank you, Raven. Uh, I was good until last night, holding a bunch of China stocks. I should have known better. Uh, but hey, they were all working for me. They were all well in the money. But yeah, those are key. As a matter of fact, I created the score, the stock composite rating, and I got a lot of these fundamentals in there in the composite rating. Oh, this is Andy. How you doing, Dionysus? Yes, yes, Raven. I am definitely a swing trader. And what I'll do, I will use my the homework that I showed you recently. I will trade a lot of those stocks. Uh, wasn't a whole lot in there today because I just don't like, this market. I feel like needs to pull back, and because I'm not seeing a lot of setups. I like to look for setups. I just don't chase, momentum. Not to say that can't work. There's a lot of people that doesn't matter if the stock's gone up 5 straight days. If it takes out a technical level, they'll buy it. That's not my style because I don't know. It just seems like the setups work best for me. Now that being said, I didn't buy it today, but I did like I this ARCO, and the reason I did is because it's tempting, this all-time high. And what I'll do is put an alert back in there. MRAI, what is this doing? Oh wow, where'd that come from? That's why you put alerts. I think I put it there because I wanted to short it, and the other day with it. Good volume coming in. All right, is this thing bad boy open back up again? Still says halted, but the price is moving around. I know. I wish I had had my alert at around 75 cents instead of a dollar. There's the Indy. I may add back into that. Not today, but I'll keep an eye on that. Uh, Dionysus, I'll ask you, advanced scanner settings, almost code writing. Not sure where to go. Uh, me. I don't. First of all, I don't. I'm not good with code writing. I don't do a lot of that stuff. If you don't know how to write custom formulas, you could always send them to us at info at trade-ideas.com. I'm sure you know the email, and we can, if it's doable, we could definitely help you. But if you don't have an idea, of like a formula, what you're looking for, uh, okay, yeah, you might ask Michael, because that's not my bag. I don't, yeah, I've always been trader by eye, just old school. Okay, thank you, Chris. He threw it in there. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know what you were asking for. Chris just threw 'em up there for you. Oh, it's Barry. I'm sorry. Thought that was no, not. I know, Chris. I thought it was you at first. I don't know why. I always thought that was. Uh,
Yeah, Andy, I just want to, can I interject just for a second?
sure, please.
Okay, so Dionysus, I put two links in there. I think that's what you're looking at or looking for. Okay. The first link is the probably the main coding one that you're looking for on pages 5 and 6. And then the next one is another one. Okay. So I just pop those two links in. I think that's what you're looking for. Okay. And now I will mute myself again.
There you go. Yeah, thank you, Barry. Let me see if anything pulling up on the nice setup. Take a look. And yeah, some of these property and casuals have been setting up for a while. I mentioned this. This was on my list the other day. I think right here, it was a beautiful setup, pulled back, to this 10-period moving average. See how it was kept holding it, bouncing above that 10-period moving average. Now it looks like it may want to go to all-time highs. KGC, a little gold play. Oh yeah, I need to put alert up there just in case that wants to get back above that 550 level. EGO's in there as well. So with gold performing well today, gold and silver. So you're coming in and you're going to configure, and some of your columns are grayed out. Huh. Can you give me one that may be grayed out? All of them are grayed out? Let's see. I know like in other windows, if you're in history mode, you cannot add stuff like that, but I'm not sure this doesn't have a history mode, so I'm not sure what you might be doing. Here, let me share mine with you and see if you have the same issue. Load this and see if you have the same issue with mine. I think Chris, I think he said single stock window. Are you talking about the single stock window, right, Raven? Or are you talking about a M window, multi-strategy window? Okay. Yeah, try and load this and see if you have the same issue with that one. Yeah, that's a single stock window that I dropped in there. No, I that's the first thing I thought of too, Chris, was he must be like in an M window or something, but or if you're in like history, and sometimes you can't do a lot of the functions if you're in history. Got to put it on real time, but single stock window, you should be able to see the columns. Look at this market. Good Lord. Okay, this SGD is opened back up. I had a limit to short this thing at 250. I wonder why I got 250 when it opened up. Okay, I'm continuing this contest under protest. I should have gotten if there was no print when it opened. I should have gotten at least three. Black tea or scotch. Actually, black, not black coffee. Coffee with a little creamer. Dionysus. Soon to switch to Topo Chico. Half and half. Just a dash. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. It's getting that time of year. Yeah, where little Baileys would be good in it. MRA. Dang, man, wish I'd have had that alert set tighter. That's actually a nice little setup coming into today. All right, Donis, you too. Have a great weekend. I'm off tomorrow, so are you still having issues, Raven, with the columns grayed out? Uh, Paulson, I can help you out with that. Let's see. Go to Chris, if you're here, can you show Paulson how to do you know how to write the custom formulas, Paulson? Yeah, that was a nice one. Yeah, go ahead and yeah, Chris is right. Go ahead and email them, and we can give you the formula for that. There, you can do it for shares versus a percentage, and it's a pretty easy one. Yeah, send an email in, Paulson, and we'll send you the link to the custom formulas, and Steve will and Chris will show you what that formula would be. Like I said, it's pretty easy. There you go. Barry has it right there. And Barry also dropped the links to the section in your account management where you can do the custom formulas. So if you scroll up, you'll see the links up there that Barry shared, and that's your formula. With those, you should be able to do it. And if you can't, just ask us, and we'll drop it in for you. But we like to try to teach people how to. So okay, real quick, guys, I do have a little bit of a content today, but I don't. Uh, at this point, it's still kind of up in the air on when we're going to actually launch this. But I do want to show it to you, drop it, uh, show you this channel that we have going on right now. New, we got a partnership with a company called Sticky Trades. So if you go to Doc Channel Bar and you go to right here, Sticky Trades, Trade Like a Millionaire, and you pull that up, you're going to see the little welcome screen that will briefly describe, what we're looking at, what we're trying to do as far as this channel goes. You can read through that welcome screen there. And then what you're going to see right now is he's dropping a list of his rapid fire. This is AJ. Uh, gosh, I'm trying to think of his last name, but trade with AJ. But anyway, he's a very, very good trader, huge following. And we're doing a partnership. He's with the Sticky Trades group, and we're doing a partnership. And the idea, what we're eventually going to be heading toward, is what we call shareable price alerts. Okay, where you will be able to not just uh, copy and paste to share price alerts. You can do that right now, but in the future, you're going to be able to do shareable price alerts where whatever that guy has on his price alerts, you're going to have too. If it triggers, it's going to go off on your price alerts. So it's floating it out there, and we've got a huge response from a lot of good traders out there that are really looking forward to this because we really believe this is, going to kind of blaze a pathway to uh, seeing people's calls in real time. So, in other words, if you have price alerts, a good trader puts that price alert there for a reason, and in a lot of cases, they act upon that price alert and will make a trade. So, you're going to have access to a lot of good traders in the near future. AJ is going to be one of them, and it's going to be on this channel. For right now, I don't want you to go to the channel and just say, "Well, wait a minute, I'm still seeing the same symbols over and over in this thing." There's just not a whole lot, and we're also going to have AJ's uh, indicators on the charts as well. We're working on those right now. That's going to be available of the indicators that he looks at when he's trading. So a lot of good stuff, coming down the pike. And in this channel, we're really excited about it. It's going to be a good partnership. So uh, keep that in the back of your mind. But I did not want you to go to the channel and get frustrated at this point because we just launched it and there's a lot that we're going to add to it. Okay. And we are going to make this a kind of an add-on purchase to trade ideas, kind of very similar to Brian Shannon's anchored VWAP. So be on the lookout for that. Okay. It could be coming in the next, month or two. So just wanted to bring that out because it was, on the test drive content that you guys may have seen. So I wanted to address it today. So there you have it. Oh, I'm flat in this SGD now. Uh, I don't use a Bloomberg terminal. No, we used to have one when I traded on it when I back in like 1996 when I first started trading. Had to go to a floor, right? And every floor kind of had this guy, that sit around and looked at a bunch of terminals, and Bloomberg was one of it, and he would shout out the news and shout out, stuff coming across the good old days. Uh, but since then, I was probably on a trading floor for 3 or 4 years. Uh, that was fun. What I miss about not having a trading floor is you always had, I think we had probably one time in there, 20, 25 traders, and you always share some good ideas. You have all these eyes, that are looking. So you kind of miss that when you're in your home office. Obviously we got guys, traders here that we have a thread that we're always kind of giving ideas.
So Andy,
Yes,
SGD. Now I know you're just doing this for fun, but
of course.
can your broker actually short SGD? Did you even check?
No,
Just no.
I doubt it. Yeah. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't, uh,
You're just having fun in this thing. Okay.
well, it's in the competition. So,
Hmm. Hmm.
uh, but I'm a little upset, Barry, because when it locked up right here, halted on this
Yeah.
bar, I threw out a uh, offer for a limit of 250, and it opened up way up here. It seems like I should have gotten whatever the open price was right on this bar, but I didn't.
Hmm.
So, I mean,
Okay.
in real life, I think you would have, but because if nothing executed on this bar, I don't know how they could give you 250.
Right.
But anyway,
Anyway, so I guess
yeah,
you're taking off tomorrow, right? Is
I
that the
am.
reason for the switch? Where are you going?
Yeah. I'm just going back home where I grew up in Waco.
Oh, okay.
It's not like a class reunion, but there's a kind of a a niche group. They're kind of a group of probably 30 to 40 of us,
Oh,
and
wow.
yeah, we're getting together just at somebody's house for a little party. So anyway,
Somebody's
have
house.
oh yeah,
Guy's got a big
yeah,
house.
yeah. This guy's got a big house. So
Okay.
yeah. So gosh, I hadn't seen him forever.
Oh, that would be
But
so cool.
yeah, it is cool. It is cool.
Anybody
Actually,
trading or are you the only
no,
trader?
I'm the only trader. Yeah,
Oh, wow.
I'm the only I'm the only trader. Like,
I'm
yeah,
gonna say, so Andy, what have
all
you
the
been
people.
doing for the last 30
Yeah,
years? And you're gonna say,
exactly.
well,
Yeah,
let's start with
exactly.
China. That is very
Oh,
cool, Andy. That you should have just a ball.
yeah, yeah. Well, one of the reasons we're all getting together is one of our good friends is not doing too well health
Oh,
wise,
okay.
and yeah, may not have that long. So we wanted to all get together, one last time
Oh,
at least.
nice. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I know what you mean. Okay.
Hmm.
Well, that's it. Good of you guys to do that.
Yeah, yeah. It'll be
Yeah.
fun. But
Getting back to, I was just going to ask about Raven. I don't know if he's still there. I mean, the obvious question also, is he connected? Is he, I don't mean mob connected. I mean, is he connected? Does he have a green ball? Is he getting
oh
any other alerts at all? Because it's
wait,
possible.
I thought Raven. Oh, he's still here. I thought Raven was the one asking for. Oh no, he's a single stock window guy. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. He's got okay. You got green bars up here in
Green
the.
bars, and you're getting other alerts. You are getting alerts with other scans. It's hard to understand, yeah, why everything would be grayed out in a single
Yeah.
stock window. But are
I
you
don't think
getting
I've ever
other
seen
alerts,
that.
Raven? For sure, because sometimes, even though you've got a green connection, sometimes, how about doing a reconnect, going to your account, click on account and do a reset connection just to see, okay? Just to see, okay? If you know what, Andy, I can let you go now. I'll take over so I can show them what I'm doing.
Okay, Barry.
If,
All right. Well,
unless you want to stick around for another
no,
4 minutes.
no, man. I'll be happy to leave.
Okay. Okay,
All
let
right,
me
Barry.
share the screen. Have a great
Yeah.
time, Andy.
Hey,
Have a
thank you.
great
Have a
time.
great weekend, and you guys do the same. Bye bye.
Okay. In all the rooms. So Raven, yeah. Um, so you have a green ball, but so that means you would be connected. But are you getting any other alerts? I mean, but the other thing to do is, maybe I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, guys. Other thing to do is go to your account and just do a reset connection just to see if that helps. Okay. Hopefully you can see my screen. Meanwhile, guys, I feel foolish. I do, I really actually feel foolish. When I saw that SGD, I did not check. I did not click on it. I thought for some reason this was a little gold play, and I don't typically want to trade the commodities like gold or energy stocks. And I had no idea this was what this one was all about. And man, when I took my break, I mean, unbelievable what happened. Now it is halted again, and the potential open could be around three. I mean, if this takes out this 322, this is not an all-time high, as Calvin, I think, posted that this was a spin-off, some kind of a spin-off. So this is not, I mean, it looks like an IPO here. But if this takes out the high right there, I mean, this could get rolling again. So that's why I have a price alert up here. Jag, hi. Location of my pre-made scanners. Well, if you go to my homepage, give me a moment as I put the link in. So what's SGBX doing, Ori? Let's take a look at that one also. So, sorry. Okay, Jack. So if you click on my homepage link, you're going to be brought to this page. Okay, it'll be at the top here. Scroll down a little bit, and here are my scans that I'm sharing. Okay. So the ones that you can actually see, this is the momentum scan. This is the option activity scan. So there's Momo, option activity scan. And I would probably take a look at this one too, the daily breakout and daily breakdown. Look how few alerts you get, which I love. And that here they are, the daily you now this is the don't repeat. The DR stands for don't repeat. So why I have it like this is that I can kind of go back and say, okay, what did it do from that alert? Say Sono at 9:33 Eastern time. The alert came in at 12:81. Well, you can see, it wasn't straight up, but it's at three. It did get hit a high of 13:48. You'll see this. This is the repeating version of this. Every time it made a new high, you'd see it. And here's Children's Place. The first alert was at 2176 at 9:58 and 2176, and the low that it made so far is 2032. Okay, so you don't have to have them all. You can pick and choose which of these four windows that you want. Meanwhile, sugar, Macy's. Okay. Meanwhile, Macy's. Let's see, how much has it moved since the alert? 1340. Yeah, I mean, look at the room it's got. I mean, it's still up for the day. It is still up for the day. It was an earnings release. Reaction to earnings was awesome. Even the first 15-minute candle got all the way up to 1444. But then since the market opened, it's been slowly moving its way down. A little more rapid now, though. Ah, Pepe, maybe that's the reason. Okay, so yeah, I thought Andy demonstrated though, but maybe so. Even if you're still listening, if I right click and configure and search terms, okay, you can pick what you want, and then you add it into the columns. You click on columns. So, but if I were looking for something, you were talking about cash to debt, right? But I thought he was saying that when he typed in cash to debt, this was grayed out. I thought, when you search on cash to debt, there it is. It's certainly not grayed out for me. And then I highlight it and I can show the column. But I thought he went through that. I thought what he said is the cash to debt was grayed out. Like everything is grayed out. But thanks, Pepe, as always. And I have no idea why it would be grayed out. If he says he has a connection, a green ball. Actually asked though, is he getting other alerts? And then I also asked him to, just in case, go to the account and do a reset connection. Hmm. Oh, I see. Okay, so actually Pepe was so. I guess Andy, I thought he ran through this. I was sort of listening with one ear. Yeah. So configure and the single stock window. Then like I did, just do a search. You wanted cash to debt ratio. It is not grayed out. And then you highlight it. Ah, I see what you were trying to do. You're trying to add the filter. I see. Okay. Good one, Pepe. You're right. Show column is what you want. Okay, so I guess we're good to go. And Pepe was right. I think I didn't realize you were trying to add it as a filter. Yeah, just show column. Good. And thanks to Pepe again. See, Pepe, you're better than Chat GPT. You are my Chat GPT. Oh man, Macy's. Shoot, look at this. This is just picking up steam now. Yeah, I just go, Pepe, Raven seems to have a problem adding columns to the single stock window. What should we do? Okay, guys, now listen, SGD is, look, if it takes out this high here, this could get rocking again. So I have an alert set up here, okay, at 322. That's the high of the day. If it takes that out, it's right there now. It's right there now. In fact, I think it's going to get halted right here. I think it's going to get halted right here, right here. Yes, look at that. Shoot, 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 shoot. The reason I say shoot is that I was looking maybe to take, but I didn't want to take it until it hit 320, a little over. The problem is it got halted right there, so I couldn't take it. Now we'll see what happens. I mean, we'll see if it really pops up. There's the halt. You can't see the symbol. And this blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. And so it's telling me there's the halt price in red, and there's the potential where it could open. Now, I noticed that this is typically halts are 5 minutes long, but I do notice I think the last couple have been 10. If they're not 5 minute halts, then they're usually a multiple of five. So again, if this is not a 5 minute halt, it'll be a 10 minute halt. And this column is showing you the potential open. Okay, but it's nothing written in stone, obviously. It's not fixed. You'll see it moving. And this is why I wanted to take it, because I thought, it gets to 320, that's the high, and it could have a pop. We'll see. So look at the AI today, guys. Now this is taking $5,000 worth of stock, okay, on every one of them. And so if you had done that, you're up $4,500 a month. Moderate profit. Even if you follow the AI directly, you'd be up $2,700. That's taking $5,000 worth of stock, not 5,000 shares, $5,000 worth. And of course, the big one is the SGD, and that's our AI in action today. Is it like that every day? Of course not. But we had a day. I think it was last week. We had another day in which, again, it was like that. And usually it's because it's some cheap stock that just has a big pop. Nice one, Raven. I mean, what company is the next Apple that's sitting at $2 or $10? Real. Good morning or afternoon, I guess. Yeah, even Intel showing up here in the option scanner. So I'm just going to wait to see how this SGD opens. Okay, I want to see if it it's going to run away. Sugar high. Oh man, my goal was to take this just over 320. Okay, maybe 322 if it got there, taking out the high, and then seeing if it was going to run. The problem is it got halted at 320. So now, Marius, yes, he did. He was just clicking on the wrong thing. Okay, I'm just going to wait, hang around. I'm going to do my video very soon. I just want to see if where this opens, if it does open in 5 minutes. It doesn't look like it's going to. Well, if it is, it's going to be now this. Okay, so what's the problem is that we don't see the halt here for some reason. It must be the server I'm on because some people will have the halt. Usually, it's about 30 seconds after. Something that gets halted almost immediately after the resumption. For some reason, the server I'm on. William, are you around? For argument's sake, you're always telling me that it's showing up on yours. Is the halt for SGD showing up on yours? Yeah, yeah. It's got to be the server I'm on, and usually it's about 20 seconds afterwards or 30 seconds afterwards, and that's what 31 seconds. So, however, this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt anyway, because it was halted at 106 plus 20 seconds. So this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt now. There's no bias in that regard, Jamie. I don't have a look at place. I was going to do my video on place today, but I guess I have to do an SGD. There's no bias in terms of puts and calls. It's just a total number of options. Okay, so INTC, like I don't have a breakdown of how many were puts, how many were calls. Just a massive number, 474,000 contracts, which is 2.7 times normal. Now, if you want, you can put, but I just don't care. I just want to see the total volume, total number of contracts. And now the MRAI, now that resumed on the way down, didn't it? That was a big drop, right? Wrong. Sorry. Well, it was a big drop. I mean, this got up to 152, came right back down to $1. I mean, that's a massive percentage move down. Now it's starting to move again. Well, you got to be awfully careful with these really low floats. I don't know. I don't see any specific news on this one. Not that it needs any specific news to be doing this, other than some group somewhere in the world has decided, let's pile into this. AEE of financing? You mean during market hours or come on? Must during market hours, I guess. That's why this dropped like that. Hmm. Interesting. You usually see the big guy like this doing a financing during market hours. Meanwhile, the Met C that we keep thinking might do a financing, they better, if they're going to do it, they better do it quickly before it goes right back down to 12. Okay, guys, shot just showed up. Okay, shot just showed up in the momentum scanner. Sorry, in my daily breakout scanner. This is not trade options. Okay, that's why it's not going to show up here, but it did just show up in the moment in the 10-day daily breakout. And if you're wondering, well, why so late? One of the filters I've got, this could get going. I mean, if it holds three, I mean, yeah, it's extended and all that. Oh, not intraday. Okay. Boy, I'm missing a lot of this MET-C. Oh man. Here's where the original alert happened, guys, on the option activity scanner. 1704, potential short opportunity. 1039, that's Eastern time. 1599 now. So over a $2 move. I'm sorry, a little over a dollar move, but still great move down. Now it actually got down here. That was the low, I guess, 1590. She got down to 1590. So let me get back to the SGD. I want to see how it opens. Oh, look at this. Look at this. You know, this is going to go crazy then. I mean, when it opens at 377 or whatever that number is going to be, this is going to look absolutely incredible. You know, again, this is taking $5,000 worth of every one of these. And just opened. It just opened. It just opened. Probably going to get halted immediately. Yeah, there you go. Ah, look at this. Oh, okay, guys, I am actually going to do my video right now. Time is it? 1317, 117, say 127. Should be back. I'll say 128. Only if I have technical issues. It should not be that long. Okay, and I'll put myself on mute now in both rooms, and we'll be back. All right, guys, I'm now back. Well, let's see what happens here with this on this open for the even the MAR. This is what's going to happen as we get out of earning season, and next week is really when we have a few companies, but not many. We will start to get a lot more activity in these low floaters, the ones that go absolutely crazy. Lots of volatility. You got to be careful, but definitely if you get on the right side of some of these, a lot of money that can be made. Cars, guys, cars. Is this an earnings play? CARS? Not an earnings play. I wish there were more room. There's the 200-day moving average is 1853. That's not too far away. Is Metsi a crummy company? I don't know. I mean, it's the news on it. I bought a coal mine for $2 million 12 years ago. I may have discovered that it's got a lot of rare earth minerals, metals. Ah, you know what? I got to pay more attention. I mean, that shot just shot up to 334. Now, this could happen again. It did not get halted. I'm really surprised it didn't get halted up here. Well, yeah, AJ, I mean, you'll start to see them in the Momo. Not so much in the option activity because most of these small ones, they don't even trade options. But you'll start to see this in the Momo scan and in the 10-day daily breakout. You'll start to see a lot of the low floaters once we get out of earnings season. And the reason being is that a lot of traders love to trade stocks around earnings season. Stocks that are releasing earnings. But again, next week it really starts to dry up the number of, so they have to turn their attention to something else. You see, this is why if you were in this one, you did not want this to be more than a 5-minute halt. Because remember the last time I flashed this was up at 450. But look what's happening as the halt, it's halted now for at least 10 minutes. And now this price is starting to drift down to the halt price. So okay. Thank you, Larry, for that regarding Amazon. All right, SGG just did open, so not terrible. It didn't open below the halt price. You know what? It's going to get halted again. No, didn't get halted. Not yet. All right, watch for a 4 break, guys, but it might get halted again. I'm just watching this the way it's trading. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Watch out, guys. Don't. I'm waiting to see if it takes out 4. So close. So close. 399 on 390, 399 bid ask, 398, 399 bid ask. I'm just waiting to see if we get a 4 break on this. I'm talking about the SGD. Well, okay, Marty, I don't know if it's a good company or not. I mean, all you can do is look at the news that it came out a few days ago for Met-C. You know, will there be a big rare earth mineral mine in the future? I mean, I don't know. Nobody really can know. They say they've got a lot of that material in that coal mine. So whether it happens or not, again, I'm just waiting to see. We got a big 4 break, guys. So I mean, I can't tell if it's a good company or not. Will all depend on whether or not they can actually go forward. And even if they did, even if they say, I mean, it'd be years and years and years before anything could ever get developed and then mined. I'm just waiting on a 4 break here, guys, to see if it happens on the SGD. And the reason I'm not just going to put a price alert because it could just really break through if it's going to. I think it's going to get halted on the way down now. Yeah, I think it's going to get halted right here. There we go. Okay, well, there's a good. See, I don't anticipate. I did not anticipate. I mean, that got to 399. I mean, it literally got 398, I guess. But I was not anticipating that it would happen. I actually I was probably going to buy some at 409 if it popped through to see if I could get any at 409. But it didn't happen. So, and I wasn't going to take it here unless it did. What I should say, I wasn't anticipating that it would do that. Yeah, as Larry pointed out, something to do with Amazon saying, hey, you know what? You can sell cars on Amazon. So yeah, CarMax. I didn't know that FIVN was in that sector. Okay, well, well, the only thing that prevented me from taking this one, when I got the alert, I mean, I didn't get the alert up here. Probably the reason is, this showed up on my abnormal option activity scanner. Now it showed up on, I could have been watching it here, the momentum down. All that is just a flip of the momentum up. If you ever wonder what I'm talking about, you can take a scan. See, this is an alert window showing stocks with momentum up. I wanted to show stocks using similar filters with the momentum down instead of having to recreate it from scratch. This is what you can do. Watch, right click, oops, right click there. And I'm going to duplicate it because I don't want to overwrite it. Okay, so these are the filters that I've got. So what can be flipped will be flipped. Now, what do I mean by that? So, sure, you could create a brand new scan with momentum down, but I can take this and basically flip it. So again, what can be flipped? Well, obviously I can flip new high to new low. I cannot flip a price range or any of this, but I can flip this. The price was down at least 2% from the previous close. So watch what happens when I flip. Okay. So now I've basically created the reverse of this scan really, really easily. And I just can give it a new name, of course, Momo down. Okay. So that's an easy way of taking, if you want to see something going in the opposite direction, you can do that. And that's what this one is. It's just literally taking that and flipping it. Just a bit of a time saver. So this is an earnings play. Didn't see it at all in the pre-market, but gambling.com, GAMB. Look at this room, 998. This has got some room, guys. I think, yeah, this has got some room on the weekly chart. So I am definitely interested in this one as a short, GAMB. Now, the only issue is it's a UK stock, so it's no bias against it, but I mean, that market is closed now, so I don't know. Okay, SGD opened. SGD opened. Still haven't. Now I do have a price alert set over 4, just in case it does take it out. Just gonna say this is getting halted again. Boy, another halt for SGD on the way up now. So if this opens at 390 or something like that, there's that 4. I'd love to see it open around 390 and then burst through 4. And I'll have my little, maybe my set to get some at 409 if I can. Look at Duolingo now, guys. Duolingo is, I think it's over the VWAP, 205.45. Yeah. So it's above the VWAP now. It's been a bit of a choppy one today, but it is above the VWAP now. And the next high looking left on a 15 is 207.30. If you can get through all that, 209. Peloton, PTON. Well, look at the room this one's got, except that the 200-day moving average, this one meaning CODX, not a lot of volume. CODX, not a lot of volume. Relative volume is fine, but not a lot of absolute volume coming into the 200-day moving average. Why this could get attractive? Well, 190 kind of is the next big blockage. So we're at 150 now, but 152. So I would never take it ahead of that 200-day moving average. Think he will pop through it. Maybe. I mean, I have Metsi thumbnailed, so I sort of keep an eye on it all day. So there is the 1714 is the VWAP. This is the 10 SMA and the 80 MA basically converging right there. So maybe it's going to bounce through it, but I don't know. As you know, I'm not a great bounce player. I don't have the same feel. Boy, both EBIX and cars, again, there's that 200-day moving average. I mean, if it takes that out, which is 1850, I mean, there is room down to about 18 then, maybe, for cars. Okay, guys, let's see, take a look at this shot to see if it can, oh, I see. No, it did not open. Okay. SGD is still halted. No, it's open. So SGD is open now. Ah, gotta get set up here in case no, look at this. Look at this. Well, okay, what flashed first? I saw 5 something, okay? So it's halted again. I was just going to take it. Oh my goodness, look at this. And it flashed very quickly 5 something. I thought, "Oh my goodness." Whew, how many trades do I take in parallel? Is there a maximum? So are you asking me how many trades would I be and like what would the number of trades at any one time? Typically, that's just me, of course, but typically I'm rarely in more than 2 trades at the same time. Rarely. That's just me. Even if I weren't doing this, moderating a room, I don't get all antsy about having to be in a trade all day long or anything like that. That's just me though, of course, I'm not saying that's not typical necessarily. That's the reason I don't really have to mess around with trailing stops or anything like that because I can really concentrate, on if I'm in two trades, I can really concentrate by watching the charts and figuring out what I want to do. Nothing wrong with trailing stops, I guess, but I don't have to. If I were in a lot of trades at the same time, sure, I guess I'd have to figure out another way, but that's just not my style. Guys, GAMB, gambling, thegambling.com, wending its way down. Look at look at underneath. 994. So there is room for this one to keep moving down. This is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Trade of the week. Yes, there is a stop signal for the trade of the week. Yeah, if you get the email, I usually sometimes it's a moving average. I think this time it was I want to say 242, but it's all in the email you get. There is a suggested entry. I'm pretty sure it might have said something like 242, which makes sense, like the low of this or right there. I think it said 242 was the stop. Now, again, as I said yesterday, if you took, or 2 days ago, if you took this trade, and at 260, that was the suggested entry, and it got up to 318 in a market like we've got, we just don't know you had to take some profit. You can't let it go all the way back down. I mean, you could, but I mean, that's not the way to trade, in my opinion. All right, guys. So look at the Kodak. So it did get it. It's breaking through the 200-day moving average now a little bit. The next high looking left is 163. That's up to you. The question is, when do I sell? That's got to be up to you. Okay. That's just what I was saying. With a stock like Fubo that has been, basically beaten up over a long period of time. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. We'll back this weekly out a bit. I mean, it's been kind of beaten up. It's been chopping around. That's what I was saying. If you took this at 260 on the day of or around that area, and you see the next day it pops up to 320, I mean, that's a big percentage increase. So yeah, nothing, you have to have some idea. You cannot let it come all the way back down to that 260 level. So it's not going to say, the email's not going to say. I mean, how you trade it will be up to you. They are designed for longer term holds, yes, but probably another really low floater here, APYX, 30 million, not crazy low, but man, look at this one. Well, I don't know what's going on with this one, but you can sort of see if it can take out this high right here. 189. The next high up here is 258. What's the volume like? Not bad. Is there a way to build your own indicator? No. Like, what are you talking? Like, give me an idea. You can only use the indicators that we've got, so you cannot build your own. You can take the from I've shared a couple of times the web page that shows you all the different data points, so you can maybe combine the data points to give you a different type of filter. But we have to have the data points. Depends what you mean by your own indicator. The question from our YouTube room. No, you cannot code your own indicator. No. Well, again, all you can do is stuff like this. Give me a moment. No, you cannot do that. No, you can't do that. Gus. The reason being is that, again, the company tried to make this super simple, for people who didn't want to have to learn a programming language or weren't coders or anything like that. So they tried to create enough different alerts and filters so that the majority of the customers that they had with the different trading styles could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. I understand that it's not going to fit everybody's needs. If you're looking for a very specific thing and we don't have it, no, that's just the way it is. We just don't have it. Here's another one, Mura. What's Mura doing? Mura. This is an IPO. Well, I'm told in a upcoming build, we'll get rid of all the other foreign language in here. I can't tell a thing about Mura, Mura. This looks like it. I didn't see this at all. I mean, this is up at $30. I don't know if this was a SPAC that turned into Mura. Well, anytime is time to fire up races if you want. I just don't use them anymore. But I mean, so Marty, you can fire up the races if you want. You'll see them here in the momentum scan. I mean, I don't have any. It starts at $1. I don't have a minimum float or anything like that. But you'll see a lot of the low floaters in here because Okay, SGD just opened and it is way over 4. Shoot, look at that. I mean, darn. And it's going to get halted again. Yeah, look at again the potential open almost 5. But again, I don't have to create anything fancy for these sort of stocks. I mean, they're going to show up in the momentum scan as long as it's over $1. Oh, right on, Todd. All right, guys, 1:55. So in about an hour, I think William said he'll keep the room open till 4:15 today, the main room, when I take off at around 3. I'll stay later if there are questions, of course. See what's happening, guys. We're getting out of earnings season. Now we're starting to get some of these crazy little ones. APYX, like it's 30 million in the float. I mean, that's not high, but it's not insanely low either. But you're going to start to see a lot more once we get out of earnings season. Just because, I know I keep repeating myself because traders will be looking for something else to trade other than all these, thousands of earnings plays they've had over the last 3 weeks. And that's what happens. It's always a cycle. We'll be back into these cheaper ones, low float, cheaper ones. How bad was WNT earnings? I have no idea. Did you read it? Did you read the earnings release, Michael? Oh, look, what are you talking about? WNT is not a symbol. You're talking about, I have no idea what you're talking about. You're not talking about a symbol WNT. You're talking about this one, APYX. I don't know. I have no idea. Michael, you can check yourself. Just check to see what the earnings release was. Did they guide poorly? I see they had earnings on the 9th. Oh, WMT. Well, mixed reaction. It looked like it was pretty good to begin with, but obviously not. Because if you look in the pre-market, it didn't look that bad. But then when the market opened or in the pre-market, it just dropped. So you tell me. Doesn't matter what we think. The market doesn't like whatever they said, and I think a lot had to do with guidance for Walmart. That's okay, Todd. You're absolutely right. Well, I don't know about teaching you, but I mean, my whole idea on the SGD, and unfortunately, it got halted right where I wanted to take it. I was waiting for a 4 break. I literally had in Interactive Brokers, I had 409. I had the number of shares I wanted, and I was ready to hit the submit button the minute it broke through 4. I have no idea how many shares I would have got. Okay, but that was my plan. The problem is it got halted right at 4 as an example. Michael, I don't know more when it comes to fundamentals though. Okay. Um, I just look at a chart and I don't need to look at anything about Walmart to tell me that for whatever reason the market didn't like it. And I'm sure it's probably something to do with guidance. Other than that, I don't read any of these financial reports. This is all you need to know. It gapped down quite a bit. Oh, I honestly don't know more. You believe me, you know a lot more than I do regarding fundamentals. I know nothing. I don't really concentrate on fundamentals at all. Well, yeah. I still have my eye on this GAM guy, the Gamble, GAMB. I'm going with the idea of taking some and just holding on and seeing if it just keeps drifting down into the close. That is the GAMB. Ah, this could be an extended day in the room. William will keep the room open for at least till 4:15 and maybe 4:30. Got a lot of earnings plays, I guess, that he wants to could talk about. Well, the interesting thing is that Target, Target and Walmart can kind of trade about the same. But Target had just a great, unbelievable reaction to their earnings, and Walmart is just the other direction. But as William's saying, was a beat meet in, but maybe as you say, maybe the market was expecting more. Usually they say though, don't they? They say analysts were expecting this, and yeah, it was a beat. Well, no, if it's a beat, that's what the analysts were expecting. Anyway, you know what? Doesn't really matter. Walmart just tanked today on earnings. Huh. So resumed. When's the next halt for SGD? Could be right now. Could be right now. There we go. You know how you can tell, guys, something that's moving so incredibly quickly. And I was watching it, and it said 524 or 525, 524 or 525. There's no way in the world that it would be stuck there. And that's how I can usually tell us that it's going to get halted. Well, my 409 potential purchase is bye bye. Not there. No, yes, I've tried that once before. Well, not once before, but a couple of times, Paul. It's the same thing. You know, I can see the halt, or I can see that it's not trading, and I'm almost in my head, I'm saying this is going to get halted. And I've tried to get some, and yeah, sure enough, it's halted. You just know it's going to get halted. But that's okay, guys. You know, there are going to be a lot more over the next few weeks. See, look at all these cheap ones that are just coming in here. This used to be full of earnings plays. Another low float, 13 million in the float. OPFI, never heard of it. Boy, it's got some room, you know. I mean, the next high in the weekly chart is 370. Had earnings on the 9th. Actually, the reaction was on the 10th. So here's the reaction right there. No reaction. I mean, look at that. There's the that's when had earnings after hours the day before. There's your reaction. Second day, nothing also. But since then, look at this, like a delayed reaction to its earnings release. This one from yesterday, the CRMD, crazy day. It was an earnings release, I think, also. Yeah, it was earnings. Popped all the way up here, sold all the way down. This was a stock that was up at 434, closed down a dollar. Now it's trying to move again, 372, trying to move again. I keep waiting on this GAM, guys. I have, you know, I'm going to really want to pay attention to this. A little pull up here. There's the 10 SMA and the 8 EMA. Maybe it's breaking through, but I don't know. Only because of the room. Okay. That's all. That's the only reason. It has room down to 10 on the weekly chart. There's Intel. I mean, Intel is still strong, making new highs still. Oof, Dr. S, DRS. Yeah, look like it got stuck right down here. This is 1874, the low. They got to 1871. That might hold it. If it doesn't, it doesn't have that much room, in my opinion, to keep moving down. Again, if anybody's looking to see why this is going up, you won't find any reason. Not any legitimate reason anyway. Legitimate meaning, I don't see any press release. I don't see any news today for this company. I'm just checking my IB. I don't see any news here, of course. It had earnings. Well, I guess it had earnings. Was it yesterday? Reports third quarter 2023 results. That was on the 14th. We don't have them as an earnings play at all. So maybe it was earnings a couple days ago that got it started, maybe a delayed reaction. I don't know. Nothing warrants up 1,000%. Okay. Yeah. SGD has no shorts either. Yeah. SGG has no shorts. Certainly none at Interactive Brokers. And I guess William is looking at Fidelity and E Trade. No shorts available there either. What are my thoughts on ATGL? I haven't seen this on my scanner, I don't think at all. Any of the scanners today, for me anyway. Yeah, yeah, really choppy. I mean, really, really choppy. Look at this 5 minute. So, for what are you talking about? Intraday trading or hold? I mean, remember now, I'm not a big swing trader. This was, I guess, I don't know if this was a SPAC or an IPO or what the heck it was a few weeks ago. High of the day was 23.82. Wow. So it really pulled back a lot. But if you're asking me, for a longer term, I mean, as an intraday trade, pretty tough. Look at topping tails, bottoming tails all over the place. Where are you going to put a stop? If you're asking me, what do I think long term? I have no idea. Boy, Intel is just rocking here. Yeah, so I really don't. No, I mean, if it takes out the high right there, that's the high right there. That would be an all-time high, of course. And I have no idea what the float is. All right, they're shot. Okay, guys, let's see if shot has any sort of room to move out, getting close to that high of the day. And their big thing is, I think they released some news that they've got some kind of well, it's a shot. And if you've a potential, not a cure for a hangover, but alleviates the misery of a hangover. So they're releasing this during the holiday season. Yeah, well, SGBX is the owns what, 73%? Somebody said 73% of the SGD. Is that correct? Yeah. Is that right? Yeah, Safe and Green Holdings. So yeah, I mean, I didn't realize this was under a dollar. So it's only up 109%. The other one's up almost 1,000%. All right, guys, just seeing if the shot has any sort of rust in it right now. I'm in it, okay? So I'm just waiting to see if there's any sort of move. If it doesn't move quickly, I'm out. Basically, it's right where I bought it. So again, if it doesn't move quickly, I'm out. Just going to give it another minute or so. If it doesn't take out this 310, get up into 320s or something, I'm going to turf it. Meanwhile, SGD, another new high, I think. There's no recommendation, Vajda, okay? Is it recommended to get out of the trade if it does not move quickly? Listen, this is the way I trade. I mean, if you're in this one of these ones that are very fast moving, and then all of a sudden it doesn't move, I'm not going to say, get out of it, but I'm just looking at, in fact, I just took it out. Okay. I may look at it again if it breaks out over 313. So I got out of it. Because these are, usually high momentum trades, and all of a sudden if it just gets stuck, for me, that's my little clue to say, this is not doing what I wanted it to do. So I can always get back in. But again, that's not that's not a recommendation. Now look at SGBX. Not only was it now it's at a dollar and it got halted. It got halted. Okay, guys, shot is well. The good thing about shot is still holding that. I'm really, you know what? I mean, there could be traders looking at this and saying, you know what, this is a cheaper version, obviously, than the SGD. It's only up 149%. SGD is up. Last time I looked, around 1,000%, over 1,000%. So somebody said that SGD owns what, 70% of this? Well, let's see where this could open. The SGBX. Let's see where it could open. SGBX could open. So nothing dramatic yet. A dollar. So there's the halt at a dollar. So I'm going to watch how this opens. No, I'm not in the competition. The competition. I mean, that's not the way to. I mean, no. Okay. Bottom line, no, I'm not in the competition. Still kind of watching the gamble, guys. Believe it or not. I mean, it's boring as heck, but GAMB. Now, again, if you're wondering why did SGBX show up here at a dollar instead of, down here, 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 that's because my minimum price is a dollar. Now, if you want to adjust it, you want to catch some of these penny movers earlier, you can do so. Ah, good point, William. Yeah. Boy, well, keep an eye, guys. I mean, this 105 now. Let me get it home. The 218, 36 seconds. So if it's going to open, it could open in less than 10 seconds. I'm sorry, in less than 10 seconds from now. Okay. If it opens, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, opened, open, guys, opened. I'm putting myself on pause right here, guys. In fact, I better put myself on mute just a minute. Okay, I just didn't want to say a bad word in case it's tanked on me. Okay, don't have to worry now. I've taken some off. I have no idea where this thing is going. I don't want to get, the second halt may not be good if it gets halted again. So, Paul, you see what I did? Wow. Then the SGD, highly risky, obviously highly risky, but you know, literally all I did was put in an order, I think at a dollar 9 or 10 ahead of the halt. And the minute it pops up to like 130, I'm taking some off. I have no idea where this is going. Just watching it now, I still have a piece left just in case it does, you know, something insane. But I've taken most off just in case it, you know, tanks on me. And of course, watching the SGD now at 6, craziness, halted. Guys, I'll come right back. Okay, guys. So yeah, took it all out, all out. I don't, you know, it's not trading the same as SGG exactly. So all out. So wasn't bad. Wasn't as good as I was hoping it would get $2 or something. Yeah, we're shot right now. Shot is yeah, well, I see that's why I got out of it. It just didn't have once it broke out over 3, that was my clue or my idea that it might keep running, but it just didn't. So, so guys, keep an eye on this. Wow, look at this. Look how few now. Remember last week, or actually that last week, this week, Monday and Tuesday. I'm sorry, last week when I did this, this was absolutely full of earnings plays, absolutely full. Okay, in fact, I could not stretch this out so you could see everything on this monitor. So there's a difference, you know. And next week, you probably want to have a few. I probably won't even have this up and running. I might have it up and running just to see, check out some of the very few earnings plays there are, but other than that, we're basically, right near the end. Got to wait another 2.5 months or so before we get back into earnings season. That'll be next year. with your 7 shares, Todd? 8 shares. Right. You're buying then. Yeah, man. It was an eventful afternoon. Okay, guys. Wow, 2:34. So I have about another 20 minutes or so left. Unless there are questions, I'll always stay later, but meanwhile, SGD just made another new high. You can tell because I'm only getting in here new high alerts. So I just made another new high. I mean, this is skewed, of course, but this is taking $5,000, $5,000 worth of every one of these stocks. Okay, obviously skewed towards the SGD. You'd be up $11,000. Not bad. I mean, it's possible this is not over. I mean, I suppose if SGG just, goes to 100, this could go to 150. But seriously, it's possible this is not over. Though, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Look at that. It's underneath a dollar now. Sorry, it's opened under a dollar. Well, that's just quick then for me. Very, very quick. Sorry, guys. Just some internal discussions happening. Look at this. Oh, man. Just a complete and utter dump on this one for the this SGBX. If you're looking for the news, Baba, I don't think there's any news. Okay, for SGD, I don't think there's any news. So I cannot tell you why it's doing what it's doing, other than the fact that some group somewhere probably got a hold of it, and then it started just showing up on our scanners left and right. But I can't tell you why it is doing this. But I think the end is near. The end is near. So 585 looks like it could open around 485. All right, the Gambino family. Every time I saw that, there we go, guys. GAMB starting to make its way down now. GAMB. Well, there we go, guys. There's GAMB starting to make its way down. I was wondering if maybe has a late dayer. Oh, I see. So they were looking to Eric, thank you. So they were looking to do a financing, and now they're saying they're not going to do a financing. Is that? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, that'll. But does that warrant 1,100% increase? Of course not. But I wonder why I don't see that in Interactive Brokers, unless I mean this is an Edgar filing, but this is on the 13th. So when did they come out and say that? Well, maybe just a delayed reaction. Well, Real pointed this out. I can't remember what price he pointed it out. Maybe around 78, maybe a little later because he showed up later. This is the AEE. Oops, not a weekly. What are you doing? Okay, guys. So I'm getting set, maybe another 15 minutes or so. So if you have any questions, please ask now before I do take off. I will go over my homepage one last time, all the information you can find on it. Just be a quick recap. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. So there is a promo code. This promo code will be good at least after American Thanksgiving. So, next week, probably till the Sunday or the Monday after. So you'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Try us out for a month before you decide to take out a year. You don't have to ever take out a year, but obviously taking out a year will reduce your per month cost. You have to come up with the money up front, of course, but if you've got the money hanging around and you love our program, you can take a year at 25% off. Getting started. If you do take out a subscription, go through these 10 short videos, Trading 101, if you're new to trading or looking for a refresher. All free, all free. Click here for the education. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens. Now, tomorrow, Steve will be in our YouTube room tomorrow, so you can ask him about the trade of the week. Now, before I take a look at my scans that I'm sharing, again, if you do take out a subscription, I don't care when, as long as you use this promo code, come into the room, use the promo code, helps the room a lot, okay? It'll help to keep this room free. That's all I can say. And here are the scans that I am sharing. These are the ones you can see, the abnormal option activity, the momentum scan over here. Halts resumes, which has gone crazy today, of course, with the SGs. This is what I use in the pre-market. up and down. So here are the scans that I am sharing. So again, if you save my homepage link, then you can take a look at the education section. You can take a look at my scans anytime you want. And of course, at any point in the future, you decide you want to take out a subscription, you can come into my homepage and there it is. I don't understand. Okay, Marius, building a center. He verbally said, let's give that a minimum value of 10%. But what, for what? What filter was he talking about? Well, I mean, some volume filter, okay? If we take a look at some of the volume filters that we have, some of them are shares, of course. So obviously, here's the average daily volume. That would be shares. Um, volume today shares. Volume today percent. Well, I don't know. Was he talking about that? Volume 1 minute. If you want it to be like 100%, so 100% would be normal. 1,000% would be, maybe that's what he's talking about. So, well, these it tells you, it tells you what it is. There's the percent. So 100% would be normal. I wish they just used ratios instead of percents everywhere, but it is what it is. Well, I can't. I don't, Marius. It's hard for me to know. Maybe he meant to type in 1,000% or 1,000. Okay. I mean, this is what I have in my momentum scanner right here. Right here. Volume today. No, sorry. The 1 minute volume is 1,000% of normal. 400% of normal here. Ratios 10 and 4. Yes. All right. Gambling. Don't gamble, kids. Gambling is down. Gambling.com, moving down here. Okay, so this is what I've got here. The volume in 5 minutes, minimum of 400, means 4 times normal, as expressed as a percentage. 4 times. I don't know what he typed. Okay, obviously I don't know what he typed, but just like forget what he typed. I mean, this is how you can use it. Just use this. I mean, if you're whatever you want that number to be, that's 400% ratio of 4. Maybe he just typed it in wrong. Okay, well, if he typed 1,000, that means he wants that 10 times normal, just like I've got here. 1,000% of normal, 10 times. Wow, Intel just screaming higher here, guys. Intel, INTC, not an earnings play. I don't know what's going on with Intel. There must be some news, I guess. What a great end of day trade, guys. This is GAMB. No problem, Marius. I'm just about done for the day too, Mon. Okay, guys, 252. Again, any questions coming in? Okay, guys. Now Shot is back to at least 3. Who knows? Maybe it has a late day run. I'm probably not going to be around if it does, but maybe. And it's got to take out that 315 mark. So the SGBX is a great example of why you cannot get into a trade like this, one of these crazy ones with low floats, and wander away. Okay, even for seconds, thinking, all right, it's going to do just like SGD, maybe maybe not get to the same price, but you just cannot wander away. This is exactly what can happen. Yeah, I mean, if I were you on the Shot, I would probably, I wouldn't take it on a 3 break. Now, I shouldn't make any recommendations, but I think if it's going to get going, we'd probably have to take out 314, the highs of those two 15-minute candles, and that could get it going. You'd like to see some volume coming in, of course, and maybe it takes a shot. no pun intended, at the high of the day. All right, Marius, HSCS. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, okay. Well, you can have it. I wish you well. Okay. I just don't trade these ones, but I wish you well for sure. So when you say, yeah, about the VWAP, so the VWAP is 17, well, 0.17135. So it's at 18. That's rounded. I don't know what the actual price is. Yeah, 18. So anyway, I wish you well. Boy, that SGBX just got really, really ugly. SGD now looks like it is going to, yeah, oh my gosh, it's really capitulating now. Look at this, halted at 436, potential open in the 2 level. Little bank, is that little bank icon, Todd? I don't even know how to put icons in here. Oh, I guess I do. I guess there's a little happy face there. Okay. Okay. I guess I do. So it's funny, these guys, they're analysts also. You see some recommendations from them. I wonder if they recommend their own stock. Ah. Okay, guys, I think I'll wrap this up now. Unless there are any other questions, I will wrap this up now. Why so many gaps on SGD? Because it got halted so many times, Willie. It got halted, and then when it opened, it gapped up. The first print after it opened, the first trade after it opened was a lot higher. Now, we're in the reverse mode. Next trade will be way lower. So that's why. So it's halted. Anytime you get a stock that's halted so many times. So it got halted there when it first trade after it got halted was there, got halted here. First trade was up here. That's why. Okay. All right, guys. I think that's it. I don't see any other questions. It is now 3 o'clock. So what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link into the the main trading room link into YouTube. So if you want to head over there, that room will be open till at least 4:15, maybe 4:30. Oops, just give me a moment. I accidentally put 2 links in there. Just give me a moment. Okay, so the main room is still open. You can head over there, and I say William will keep the room open. I will not be on the mic, and you won't see my screen anymore. But still traders in there. You can talk amongst yourselves. Well, I've been on the mic for 6 hours, Willie. So that's. I'll always stay if there are questions. I'll always stay later if there are some questions. But and again, you can head over. You can head over and listen to. Now, as far as support goes, if you are talking about for the test drive, I think Chris is still doing. Let me ask him if he's still doing some Zoom support. That's just all that is on the software, though. Good stuff, Tank. What did you not know, Willie? Okay, so he's not zooming anymore. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I'm on the mic all day. I open the rooms up at 9 a.m. Eastern, go to 3. So, okay, guys, I don't see any more questions. So Willie, you can always head over to the main room. There's still people in the room. You can still talk about trading if that's what you want. So I'm going to put myself on mute now, and you will not see the screen sharing anymore. Okay. And look at, yeah, GAMB just made another new low. Nice end of day, guys. Beautiful end of day. Look at that. Okay, guys, muting myself now. Now, again, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Okay, and YouTubers, I know you guys can still hear me, so I'm just going to shut you guys down now also.